W's in the freaking chat! Alright, everyone, send where you're from. Send where you're streaming, send where you're from. I'm streaming live from Texas, baby! Woo! Let's go! Hey, how y'all like the new gun? How y'all like the... Hey, we got Germany in the chat. We got India in the chat. Hey, we got India in the chat. Let's go, India in the chat. Hey, we got anyone from Turkey in the chat? Hey, I'm streaming live from the best country in America. Hey, Umi, what the frack? Oh, wow. Turned in from Cape Town, South Africa, became Muslim at the age of 18 in 2014. Why did you become Muslim? That's racist, Grayson. No, I'm very racist. I'm extremely racist. Hey, how's the connection? How's the connection? Is it all right? I'm gonna eat this. God. So, honey, you don't even have a race. What are you talking about? So, alright, Cosmo Duck told me to do 10 push-ups, and after I do 10 push-ups, I'm gonna give y'all a little rundown of what is going on today, and here we go. Hey, Dr. J Smithers in the chat. Hey, freaking bot. Dr. J Smithers, you're a bot. Don't be fat. Don't be fat. You got another day. You can be fat or fit. It's your choice. All right. Dr. J fake PhD, 100%. We all know it. Today, guys, I got a little unboxing video. All right. Great. Oh, wait, you guys think I look older? Okay, first off, W or L haircut. W or L? What do y'all think? And then after W or L, do you think I look older or younger? Hi Mois, how we doing? We got some L's. Oh, W, not gonna lie, let's go Quran forever. Oh, read Tao Te Ching, I do want to read that. Mid. Alright, do I look older or younger? I look more serious. Yeah, I'm serious. I ain't playing no freaking games. I look older for sure. L means legendary. Let's go, Perry! That's my boy Perry, always got my back. You look like you out of the gang. Yeah, I'm in the gang. Alright, got a package, y'all. We got a package. What is it? What's inside? What do you guys think is inside this package? I don't know. Do any of us really know? Only God knows. Inshallah. God willing. Hey, how many Indians we got in the chat? Can we spam some I for India? Let's spam an I for India. It's the best continent in the world. Let's get some eyes in the chat. Where is Cookie Monster, Umi? L India, Amin is L everyone. Shout out India. Let's see what we got here. Before I open this book. I don't know, she eating cookies, I guess. Pac versus India, who's excited? India is a country, not a continent. Not in my books. Books, get it? Not in my books. All right, y'all, I got a book. Hey, this is everyone from India. This one's for you today. All right. Ooh, wow. Wow. Hey, Maurice at Dawa Digest sent me this. Maurice, if you're seeing this right now, either while I'm streaming it or in the future, I want to thank you for sending me this. In the light of... Okay. Oh, there's 2 volumes. Whoa. How much caffeine did you consume? Not any yet, but I have 2 coffees loaded and ready to go. So there's 2 volumes. This is... You think I can finish this in a week, guys? It's going to take a lot of reading. This is what I'm going to be studying this week, and I'm already not going to lie. The way these books feel and look is making me excited to read them because I love a good book, and I love a book that has depth to it, that has wisdom in it, and I can already tell this is going to have some wisdom in it. Some people in my life would say that I should never touch such a thing. Fun fact. Actually, nobody's told me that, but... A lot of people in America would be scared to even touch this book because the word Islam, we've been taught, is terrible. Hey, Hofsa in the chat. Hofsa in the chat. W. So you can extrapolate truth from bullshit. Hey, Habibi, come to Dubai. I'm eating Umi. Breakfast is for losers. It's 2 in the afternoon. I already went on a 3-mile run this morning. Did a backflip at the park. Did some shadow boxing. All right. Over this week, I'm going to be researching. Let's get serious, y'all. Let's get serious. Calm down, Grayson. Calm down. I'm going to be researching the window is very bright, so over this next week, I'm going to be researching a guy who apparently lived a long time ago, and his name is Muhammad, or was Muhammad. So, I've been taught God, it's so hard for me to focus when I turn on the stream. I get so excited. I can't contain my excitement. Okay, I need to clear this desk and let's get started. Shout out Maurice. Ice agent, I don't know what that is. All right. Chat. From your guys' experience, my question is, why do people talk about prophets like they met them in person? Like you didn't meet them in person. Why do people talk about them like they met them? Hey, Serene, let's go. All right. So, over the next month, I'm going to be researching the Islamic religion. So far, I've spent hundreds of hours looking into Islam. What does that mean? What does Islam even mean? What does that word mean? It means you follow God. You submit to the will of God. So, that was shocking when I figured that out, because I've grown up a strong Christian. I pray to Jesus. Now I do not believe that Jesus is God. I still believe in God. The reason I don't believe Jesus is God is because Jesus himself in the Bible did this. According to the Bible, I don't know, I never met Jesus, but according to the Bible, Jesus cried out to God. So, if he was God, why would he pray to God? That started to not make sense to me and was a scary thing for me to admit to myself, that I know I was confused. But that's one of the things that was like, wait, he's not God. He's praying to God. He's literally asking God to tell him what's about to happen. So the Christian answer, theology answer would be, well, he's the Son. It's the Trinity, the Holy Trinity. He's a different role in the Trinity. Is the Trinity not polytheism? Not the Holy Spirit, because I think that's just another way of saying God, Spirit. But the idea that God was Jesus, but like not all the way, that is a mini-God. That's polytheism to me. Again, I'm not God. At the end of the day, it doesn't really matter what I say. I'm just trying to use my brain, the brain that God gave me, to decipher the truth. And I'm trying to share it with you guys. And if you want to question my beliefs and stuff, like, please do. Because I think it provides some good conversations, right? We all want the same thing in life. We all want peace and prosperity. And we want to find out the truth. So that's what this channel is dedicated to. If you would... Thank you guys for joining this stream. I know that you guys care to learn, which is I'm so glad that we're curating an environment of people who love to learn, especially about God, because at the end of the day, the only thing we can trust in is the unseen. We know God is out there, and the idea of God is not some dude in the sky. It's life. God is within you. God is everywhere. God created us for a reason. That's what I believe. And I want to first just thank you guys for coming on to this stream. Over this next month, I'm going to be looking into specifically the religion of Islam. I know myself that the idea, like, if I was on an island right now, I would consider myself a Muslim. I would be like, I'm a Muslim. If I lived on an island, like alone, and I met other people, I'd be like, yeah, I'm a Muslim. I follow God. I try to follow God. I submit to the will of God. But in terms of the religion, which almost all spiritual teachers did not like religion, fun fact if you read about it. Like Jesus, for example, roasted the religious people. That doesn't mean religion is just always bad, but he was roasting the religious people at the time. So according to the Islamic religion, I haven't taken Shahada, which is what you do take to join the religion officially, like in the eyes of the people. To me, in my personal relationship with God, I consider myself a Muslim because I devote myself to the will of God. And that's just an Arabic word for the English meaning of someone who submits to the will of God. So, I consider myself that. I haven't taken the Shahada. The reason I haven't taken the Shahada is because the second part of the Shahada in the Islamic religion is that the Prophet Muhammad is the last prophet. And I don't know anything about this guy. I've never actually met him. None of us have met him, but a lot of Muslims act like they speak about him as if they've met him. And it's like, is he in this eternal being, or was he a human? Or are you kind of acting like he's this spiritual eternal being that is some way above all of us? So in a way, he is kind of like a god. That's what's me realizing, like, wait, is this whole cycle of Christianity starting over again with worshiping the Prophet Muhammad. Did the Prophet Muhammad ever say that we should emulate him? I don't know. I haven't read the books, alright? But today we're going to do that, alright? So for this next month, I'm going to be researching the Islamic religion. And chat, chill, that's the question and answer, okay? Everyone chat, I'm just sharing what I've noticed from my brain. Okay? Because everybody is named Muhammad. Everybody says we need to be like Muhammad because he's the perfect example. I'm like, this sounds exactly like Jesus. What people say in church about Jesus. Like, I'm just trying to follow a religion that only follows God. Which that's what that word means. This word means someone who only submits to the will of God, which I believe is what Jesus did. I believe is what Moses did. I believe is what all of us are trying to do. I believe if you're spiritual, you're trying to do this. You're trying to do this, this Arabic word. So, Dr. J says to wake up. Let's read the biography because a lot of people, some people in my life say, Muhammad married a 6-year-old. You're going to follow a dude who married a 6-year-old? That's disgusting. If that's true, I don't even know what to think. Either way, let's actually read for ourselves the ideas that are taught, are believed to have been attributed to a man named Muhammad who lived a long time ago. Remember, none of us have ever met him, so let's not get too arrogant that we know his life for sure. 100% he did this, and this is what he said, and this is what he did, and this. Do you know what you ate for breakfast 2 days ago? No, probably not. So let's not be so arrogant. And I'm not being arrogant either. I haven't read it. I don't know much about him. I really am just neutral. Besides, if he's the guy who received the Quran, I mean, the Quran was a very insightful book. So, all right. Here we go. There's always political aspects, don't forget. So what do you guys think about that speech right there? What do you guys think about what's going on this month? I'm going to be researching the Prophet Muhammad for 1 week, then I'm going to learn all of Arabic in the second week, then I'm going to read the entire Quran in the third week, and then I'm going to read some hadiths in the fourth week, and I'm going to be Timothy Neutron. Is Dr. J crying? When will you immerse in the Bible content? Possibly next month? Alright. Turning off chat. W thought process. Thank you, Quran Forever. Quest of Lee, I want to read the Tao Te Ching. The Biography of the Prophet of Islam. It's a little hot in this mug, don't you think? Get my pen ready. Michael Sender, hey brother, please look into the origin of Allah. He didn't become a monotheistic god until the 7th century. Before that, he was one of 10 specific gods they worshipped. Michael Sender, thank you for supporting this stream. That's an interesting question. I don't know what to think about that. Is that true? Please look into the origin of Allah, but the origin of Allah is God. Allah is just the Arabic word for God. So I don't really know what you mean, Michael. What do you mean? That word just means God. So the origins of God? The origins of God are there's only one God, and that's a fact. I'm just trying to figure out what religion is following that God, because I personally only pray and bow to God. All right, here we go. I'm wondering how I should go about sharing this. Like, y'all just want me to read it like this and y'all just follow along? The story of Muhammad is made up and not reliable. Quran is the only truth. Also, his story is irrelevant since the God way is from Quran only. Ooh, Abo, interesting point. When you do a deep dive into the Baha writings, I'm not sure, Habib M19, I'm not sure yet. At least this month I'm going all in on Islam. Thank you guys for directly supporting the stream. I need to buy better Wi-Fi. If you would like to directly support the stream, the super chats mean the world. Habib, Abo, Michael, thank you for directly supporting the stream with the super chat. If you go to the link in my bio, you can buy me a coffee, which helps me upgrade the stream, like such as buying better Wi-Fi and things so that we can research topics better. And yeah, my name is Grayson Brock. I'm 21 years old. I'm just a kid from Texas trying to find the truth, as we all are. And I hope you find value from these streams rather than watching some other streamer play video games. We're trying to get some real stuff here. So, we're going to research the Prophet. Takaverse, I miss you. I love you. Publisher's note. Also, wait, how do you guys think I should, I'm just going to read it right now. All right, I'm turning off chat for a bit. So I got to do one thing before I turn off the chat. I'm trying to figure out the best way to research this if I just... Got 2 coffees ready. I just hit the telegram, grandma, your boy the man. Necklace gave me shoulder cramps. Takaverse W. Abo is always providing interesting... One sec, homies. Habib is my favorite word. Okay. Abo is L. Abo provides interesting insight, and people in this chat hate anything that's not the mainstream of what they're teaching. Okay, The Prophet of Islam by Dr. Mahdi Rizqallah Ahmed, translated by Sid Iqbal Zahir. Here you go. Jerusalem feels proud to present another book in the life of the Prophet. He was the most outstanding person that the world has seen. This sounds like Jesus. I'm only 2 sentences in. Okay, sorry, I'm going to put on a shirt so I seem more serious. I just got hot. Just realized it's kind of weird if my nipples are just kind of there. But I love wearing God's shirt. So, yeah. Jerusalem feels proud to present another book in the life of the prophet. Who's Jerusalem? He was the most outstanding person that the world has seen. He was a religious guide, a social and moral reformer, a political visionary, a military general, an administrator who founded a state, built a nation, and established a dynamic society to usher in a new philosophy of human thought, action, and behavior. Moreover, he accomplished all these in a short period of only 23 years. There is no human history contributed to humanity so much in such a diverse fields as did the prophet with a capital P. It kind of sounds like he's God. Although there have been other prophets in the past who contributed their share to the world, but as they were sent to particular nations or geographical regions, we find no traces of them as regards the details of their lives and teachings. The time and place of their birth and details about the exact importance they produce on the human society. This is not the case with the prophet Muhammad. Or no, the prophet with the little Arabic sign. So that means peace be upon him. That little thing. We know about his birth, childhood, and the latter days until he got married. The beginning of his mission, the difficulties he faced, his migration, his success, have all been fully and accurately documented and preserved for the rest of the time. Today, after more than 1,400 years, details of the life, manners, actions, and teachings of the prophet are available without any loss, alteration, or modification. They offer the same light for treating the many ills of our times as in the past, but in fact acquire greater importance in a view of new dimensions to human suffering because of the wrong policy of these countries that consider themselves above the law. The United Nations and other bodies that were set up to secure the rights of the wronged are being manipulated to oppress weaker nations, resulting in untold sufferings and desperate acts on the part of the victims. The prophet had also made a body to secure the rights of the oppressed, but it was not a window dressing. It was a grand success for the honesty behind it. In the words of Prof. Herzranja, the League of Nations founded by Prophet of Islam put the principle of international unity of human brotherhood on such universal foundations. Did Muhammad establish a universal peace? Unity of human brotherhood on such universal foundations as to show candle to other nations. The fact is that no nation of the world can show a parallel to what Islam has done towards the realization of the idea of the League of Nations. Whoa. League of Nations. George Benner said, if Muhammad were alive today, he would succeed in solving all these problems which threaten to destroy human civilization in our times. Let us study the life of the prophet whose teachings and examples can change our lives, our thinking, our behavior, and the whole world for the better. He is truly a blessing for mankind. May Allah show his blessings on him. I wonder if Muhammad would be a little bit embarrassed about how they speak of him, because this already sounds like he's kind of like a god. He was the most outstanding person that the world has ever seen. How do you know that? I haven't even met my neighbor. That's a big claim. That's a huge claim. Michael Cinder, Allah was one of 10 gods they worshipped. From historical records, from archaeological evidence, and pre-Islamic inscriptions, Meccan history, pre-Islamic poetry, writers like Herodotus, Strabo, Pliny all mention these Arabian religious practices. But then, okay, Michael Cinder, thank you for supporting the stream. Much love, brother. Seriously, this really helps. I can potentially buy better Wi-Fi now. But Michael, if they're worshiping 10 gods, then they're not worshiping Allah. They're not worshiping God. They're not worshiping the one and only God, which I believe in Arabic, the word Allah means the one and only God. So, you know what I'm saying? He was the most outstanding person that the world has ever seen. Grayson, the depictions may sound exaggerated. However, Hadith talk about his approach to life as pervert and example for humans. Yeah, I know this is exaggerated, probably. I just wonder what Muhammad was actually saying, which is exciting I'm getting into this. Translator note, historical personalities fade with time, but this is not true of the Prophet of Islam, on whom be peace. Our own times are witnessing a renewed interest in him, his character, and his message. Written both by Muslims as well as non-Muslims, books continue to appear on him at a regular pace. The work at hand is one of the most comprehensive ones of our times. It stands out in a few ways. First, every detail has been traced back to the original sources. Second, events of the Prophet's life have been related to modern times and lessons drawn for the benefit of those who happen to face similar situations in their struggle to spread the Islamic faith. The author's complete objectivity could be cited as another outstanding characteristic of the book, in contrast with the Western method of judging a personality they struggled to come in terms with. Dr. Mahid Rizqwal Ahmed, that's the guy who wrote it, and then someone translated it. Dr. Mahid Rizqwal Ahmed meticulously chronicles the life as preserved by the earliest authorities and leaves the reader to make his own judgment. Except for the author's foreword, which has been considerably reduced in size and which introduces source books and authors, the rest of the book has been translated in full. The author has been continuing to work and has produced some 56 pages of fresh material to be added to future publications. These pages, still in manuscript form, have been incorporated in this translation. When was this written? That's always an interesting thing to look at when you read a book. First off, I love the art. The art is beautiful. (2005) Darussalam, global leader in Islamic books. All right, written in 2005. This is written in 2005, guys. Translator notes. A word about the equivalence to the technical terms used by Hadith scholars, perhaps in order. To allow for fluency, I have substituted Arabic terms with words closest in English, not unaware that sometimes they can be misleading. For example, to render a da'if hadith as a weak report is far from satisfactory. God bless me! The term da'if needs a lengthy definition. Not every da'if report is untrustworthy. Moreover, the connotation carried by the term weak is sometimes not there in the original. This applies to several terms used in hadith criticism. But the difficulty in using original Arabic terms is that they affect the flow. Therefore, terms such as good for Hassan reports disconnected from Mursal, suspended or discontinued from Allah. Okay. The reader will have to look into a work on hadith criticism to understand the exact implication of these various Arabic terms. The translator has tried to retain the author's style of writing, but not at the cost of inaccuracy. The endeavor has been to give a minimum possible idiomatic turn to these phrases and sentences. The translation was originally done at the request of World Association of Muslim Youth, Eastern Province, Saudi Arabia, who got it read by the author himself and then by two other persons. Both the brothers preferred to remain anonymous, but offered some very good suggestions that are responsible in no small way for the improvements of translation. Okay, so it's translated. Wait, when? Okay. Yo, ChatGPT, I'm reading the Biography of the Prophet of Islam, Volume 1 by Dr. Mahdi Rizqwallah Ahmed, translated by Sid Iqbal Zahir. It said it was written in 2005, or the publication date. Is that the publication date for the translated version or for the original Biography. Okay. All right. Abu Suleiman said, Quran says Muhammad became rich. Quran says Muhammad became rich when he is adult till death. Hadith and his made-up story says he is poor from birth to death. Contradiction. Reference 93.8. Abu Suleiman is a man... Well, I've never met him. He's a guy who has been in this chat who I think he's a Muslim, meaning he submits to the will of God. But it seems that he does not subscribe to the common Islamic religious beliefs, which I might end up finding myself in that camp personally. Abu, this guy does not believe that this is even really worth reading. Abu, do you think I should even read this? Casey123, can we hop on a call to answer your question? Thank you so much for the super chat. However, I want to do some independent research, and possibly later today, I'm gonna hop on the Discord and we can all discuss the book and what we've learned together. And I want to ask my questions to you guys and maybe press you guys on some ideas that you believe that I don't agree with, and vice versa. Michael Cinder, in the earliest biography of Muhammad by Ishan Shak Surat Rasan, it talks about the naming ceremony. Muhammad's grandfather. Muhammad's grandfather, who was a polytheist, and custodian of the Kaaba. Michael again, which housed numerous idols, takes Muhammad into his Kaaba and says his name will be the praised one. On no planet would anyone take this serious. They omit this form from what they teach to Muslims. Al Ferris, Oxford studies state that Muhammad married a 19-year-old, not 9. The eclipse incident proves he denied deity. Also, he didn't want hadith recorded, only Quran. He didn't want the hadith recorded? Wait, Muhammad didn't want the hadith recorded. That's interesting. Alferez, Michael. Interesting insight. Preface. It has not been my endeavor to merely gather together under one title all the narratives that have come down to us concerning Prophet Muhammad, but rather to present those that are fairly reliable for their authenticity. Reports not so reliable have only been used in matters not pertaining to the creed or law. The large number of footnotes was therefore necessary. They demonstrate that if a narrative reported in biographies of war chronicles did not meet with the strict conditions set by Hadith scholars, then there were others that supported it or which offered circumstantial evidences, thus elevating the narrative to the level of acceptance for historical purposes. They also demonstrate that if Muslim historians did not observe strict rules of acceptance or rejection that the Hadith scholars had set for themselves, then at least they had strong grounds to report that they were reporting. One might note in this connection that if the rules of acceptance and rejection commonly observed by the Muslim historians were applied to world historical writings, perhaps very little will remain to report. I've heard this before, that if whatever they use, the Hadith scholars use to authenticate the Hadiths, if they were to use that on other historical things, then there would be not much history because you wouldn't be able to verify it. Interesting. I don't know if that's true, but interesting idea. The objectives for the study of the Prophet's life can be several. A few may be noted here. It helps a Muslim apply to everyday life what he learns of the commandments and injunctions as contained in the Quran and Sunnah, and as applied by the Prophet Muhammad to his own life. Following the Prophet's example requires not a cursory, but a close study of the details of his life, manners, activities during different phases of his life. Allah has said, "There is indeed for you in the Prophet a good example for him who hopes for Allah in the hereafter and who remembers Allah much." Following the Prophet's example in every detail of life is a sign of one's love of him. Allah said, "Say if you love Allah." Following the Prophet's example in every detail of life is a sign of one's love of him. Allah said, "Say, if you love Allah, follow me. Allah will love you." It helps learn about miracles and evidences that the Prophet Muhammad performed, which go to prove his credibility and which in turn strengthens one's faith in him. Okay, this sounds... strengthens one faith. Why do we need faith in Muhammad? It helps learn about miracles and evidences that the Prophet performed, which go to prove his credibility and which in turn strengthens one's faith in him. Why do we need faith in Muhammad? Dr. J, much love. Thank you, Jay. A thorough study of his life helps a person understand the Quran better, having found how closely the two are related. It's just, this is confusing, man. Strengthens one's faith in him? My question is, why do we need faith in Muhammad? Faith in his message. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I want faith in his message. I want faith in the message. It's just like Jesus, man. This is already sounding just like Jesus. I barely even started. The book's goal is to put faith in... I only have faith in God. Now, has God sent messengers? I believe so. But I think as soon as we start worshiping anyone but God, we get into this vicious cycle where we stray away, which I think has happened to Christianity, which is why if I walk outside, there's a Baptist church outside my window that has gay flags outside, because I believe that has stemmed from straying away from following God and following this idea of a human. And as soon as you start following this idea of a human, everything it starts to get a little mushy, like what to do, how to follow God, what does that mean you do, because you're trying to follow what a human did. Rather, we don't really know what to do, I think. Or we do know. God is strict. Haram! It's my favorite part about, that is the most attractive part of following God, is the idea of having yes and no. And evaluating when I go to bed at night, like, dang, there are some things I did today that are no. Or there's a thing I want to do right now. Haram, like that idea of no, yes. I'm transgender. No, haram! Okay. Sources. Sources for the book. The Quran. The Quran, of course, is the first source of the biography of the Prophet. It offers graphic details of various events of his life. Since the preservation of the Quran in its pristine form is an indisputable fact, it lends credence to what is preserved in hadith and historical literature. Which record the same events with greater details. However, to profit fully from the Quran, one needs to deepen his understanding of it. This is largely obtained through the study of the type of commentaries that are known as Tafsir bil Mathur, commentaries based on report. The Tafsir of Ibn Jarir Tabari is the leading commentary of this kind. Next comes that of Ibn Kathir, followed by Siyat al-Manthur. Okay, so the sources of this book are 1, the Quran, 2, hadiths. Hadith scholars such as Imam Bukhara, Muslim, Tamid, or other offer us a lot of material on the Prophet's life, dealing with his daily activities, manners, personal qualities, details of battles, etc., under separate headings. But materials pertaining to other details are spread far and wide in Hadith literature. Every collection of Hadith also has some information on the side to offer, either directly or through implication. Then there are books written to describe the Prophet's personal qualities, habits, apparel, and several other things about this person, the class of books known as Shamilo. In addition, there are works that deal specifically with his miracles or evidences of his authenticity as a prophet. To get an idea of the vast amount of material available, one may cite the example of a single work. In the rearranged version of Sati, almost the entire volumes are devoted to various aspects of the Prophet's life. We might remind that the alone was depending on how they are counted, anything between 30 to 40,000 traditions. Okay, sources of this book are the Quran, Hadiths, third, biography works, and war chronicles. These contain the bulk of material on the life of the Prophet, especially the details. The first to enter the field were led by one of the Prophet's companions, Abdullah bin Abbas. He was followed by such noted second-generation scholars as Sid bin Sa'd Khazraj, Sal bin Abdullah, and several others. The 2nd century of Islam saw an explosion of activities. Of the leading chronicles of the 3rd generation, the better known are Upaka. Parts of these works are published by Okay, so sources for this autobiography are 1. The Quran, 2. Hadiths, 3. Biography works and war chronicles. Ibn Ishaq, one of the above, perhaps the most famous in this work of Ibn Ishaq. His wide knowledge, sequential method of narration, and combination of several reports into one to offer summary are some of the reasons why he has been popularly read. The above are also the reasons for the popularity of Waqid and his blah 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 blah. A descendant of freed slave of Iraq. He was brought up. I don't even know what Ibn Ishaq is. I just recognize these names from reading your guys' usernames. He ignored not only non-Baikai narratives, but also those which do not deal directly with the Prophet's biography. Such as Waqadi. What is Waqadi? These are the sources for this biography. The sources for this biography are the Quran, Hadiths, other biographies, war chronicles, Ibn Ishaq, I think that's a person. I don't know. Waqidi, who is Waqidi? He's a resident. Okay, I just said who is he, and look at that. God tells me right there who he is. A resident of Baghdad. Okay, that's who Waqidi is. He's a resident of Baghdad. He was another writer who was distrusted by some but trusted by others in Hadith. A resident of Baghdad, 2007. He was another writer who was distrusted in some but trusted others in Hadith. Bukar Razi, Nasan Daquid, for instance, considered him a pariah in Hadith, but Dawood even tailored opinions about him. And once again, no one denies his dependability in biographical matters on war reports. What distinguishes him as a treatment of the subject is narratives follow an organized and logical pattern. For example, when narrating the campaign, to start the list of those who conveyed reports, and method of campaign after dates is something by places, Muslims, and various battles. He remained in Waqidi's country. Okay, I don't even know what this is. In fact, Waqidi used to dictate to him, but that seems to have become his problem, for he became unacceptable to those who distrusted Waqidi, the most damaging opinion. He's like Quraysh not much against him, but rather against those who whom he reported, for example. Books on the two holy Haram. On the two holy Harams. The two holy Harams. Books of this class also provide source material for the life of the Prophet. One of the best and perhaps the most ancient is the one written by Abdul Walid Muhammad bin Abdullah Azraqi. I don't know how to say these names. One of the best and perhaps the most ancient is the one written by Abdul Walid Muhammad bin Abdullah al-Razigi, who wrote the history of Mecca and Medina. Westfield's edited work lists Faki's additions to Azraqi's Umar, and was another important contributor who wrote originally in Morocco, who had been married in Mecca's 2000 History of Mecca. History books. We are also indebted to general history works for providing material for the life of the Prophet. The most extensive is that of this person, who was very knowledgeable in Hadith. Another historian proceeded to read his contribution in modest, around 50 pages of the Prophet's life in Tariqi, in which he took all of the material from Ibn Ishaq, but only through two of his narrators. Finally, we might point out that standard literary works to provide some source material. Okay. History of Mecca. Mecca? Makkah. First impressions. I'm going to share with you all my first impressions. In fact, I'm going to go tweet my first impressions. First impressions of biography. It says in the beginning that this is to increase your faith in him, meaning Muhammad. This seems just like Christianity, just less. Interesting. Need some water. Abu Saliman, waste of time and not good imma of our prophets in most many parts. Even the good ones are not necessarily true. Can't see this window. Many of his stories are said about people before him in history books. They just copy it. Michael Cinder, pre-Islamic Arabic were all polytheists. You can verify this. Allah was not the sole focus of worship. It was Habul, Alat, Al-Zul, Al-Mat, Alu, Dilog, Hisa, Yagutha, Al-Kutuba, Nasir, Kuza. But then they're not Muslims. Then they're not following God. If they were doing that, then they've strayed away. The truth is there is only one God. I'm just trying to see if this religion is following that one God. Because I believe that that's the truth. It means you believe in him. To have faith, his message is true. Fazul, I know, but why do we need to have faith in Muhammad? Why don't we only have faith in God? I don't have faith in any human. I don't even trust anyone. Abu Sulaman, first they tell you Quran, then Quran and Hadith, then plus scholars, then plus governor plus king, then God knows who. Ooh, Abu, you make a good point. Abu, you make a good point. T. Yasar, bro, you have a letter from God that is revealing a messenger. If you don't have faith on the messenger, how can you validate the letter is accurate? Accurately true. You can't believe in message if messenger not trustworthy, reliable. But how am I ever going to know the messenger? I'm never going to meet him. I'm never going to meet any of these prophets. I'm just going to meet my friends and stuff. And if the ideas bring me to God, then the messenger has done his job. He has sent the message. But to believe that the messenger is like, I need faith in the messenger, I don't understand the point of that. What is the point? First thoughts. Where is my book? Oh, here is my book to take notes. I'm taking notes of the book, and I'm going to write down my thoughts. How is the book sectioned off? Let's look at the table of contents. I'm just gonna take notes. First thought. Claimed purpose of book is to increase faith in Muhammad and learn about Quran. All right, let's get back to it. So the sources of this book are multiple different things. All right, let's read about the history of Mecca. Is that Mecca? Mecca. I can't really read the chat, so it's more of a, or I can read the chat, but I'm just not reading it right now, so it's more of a, rhetorical question, but, okay. History of Mecca. Abraham migrated from Iraq to Sham, then from there to Egypt, carrying with him the message of one God. He was accompanied by his wife Sarah. She happened to be a beautiful woman. It's going to be me one day, come on. Now it was the custom of the Egyptian ruler of the time that he took away every beautiful woman for himself. Savage! But Allah willed that he should not succeed with Sarah. Rather, she should return from him with a slave girl to serve her. That was Hagar, Ishmael's mother. These are like different names, but these are from the Bible. Sarah herself happened to be sterile. Rip. Moreover, Abraham was getting old and his hair was turning gray, so she decided to give the maid to him so that he could marry her in the hope that Allah will bestow him pregnancy through her. Allah willed that Hagar should bear him the first son. He named him Ishmael. Nevertheless, once Hagar had given birth to Ishmael, Sarah was led to jealousy and vowed that she would cut her up into 3 pieces. Damn, son! So Hagar fled with her husband. Understandable. She tied to her waist a lion cloth that he dangled at the rear, wiping the footprints. Abraham led her and her child to a place known as Doha, close to where the sacred house is, under a tree a little above the Zamzam spring. There was no Mecca then and no inhabitants. There was no water either. He left with her a small cloak containing some dates and a water skin filled with water. As Abraham turned to leave, Hagar followed him. She asked, "Where are you going, leaving us to this deserted place?" She repeated the question several times, but he wouldn't help her. Finally, she asked, "Has Allah ordered you to do this?" He replied, "Yes." What am I reading right now? I don't even know where this is from. There was no water either. He left with her a small sack containing some dates and a water skin filled with water. As Abraham turned to leave, Hagar followed him. She asked, "Where are you going, leaving us in the deserted place?" She repeated the question several times, but he wouldn't turn to her. Finally, she asked, "Has Allah ordered you to do this?" He replied, "Yes." She said, "Then surely he will not abandon us," and returned. Abraham continued until he was at a mountain path from where he couldn't be seen. He turned toward the place and prayed. Ding long ching chong. I don't know what that says. Oh, it says it under it. Got him. So this is what Abraham prayed. Abraham. Why are the names different? I don't understand. Excuse me. "Oh, our Lord, I have settled my Progeny in an uncultivable valley near your house, that they may, O your Lord, establish your worship. So induce some people's hearts to incline to them and provide them with fruits that they may give thanks. It wasn't too long after the water was exhausted. Both Hagar and her child were thirsty. It was especially painful for her to see the infant with his limbs in suffering. She climbed the nearest hill called Safa to see if she could spot someone. Not finding anyone, she lifted her robe a little and ran down across the length of the valley to climb another hill called Marah to see if she could find a living soul. She didn't find anyone and ran between the hills several times. The Prophet Muhammad has told us the origin of the Sa'i ritual in Hajj and Umrah. At the end of the 7th round, Jibril came down. He used either his heel or wing to locate the source of the Zamzam spring and dug until water began to sprout forth. Hagar had the spring flooded water with summoned sound all around in order not to let it flow. As the level rose, she cupped her hands to collect it in a water skin. The water kept coming up steadily. The Prophet commented, "May Allah show mercy to Ismail's mother. Had she left it to herself, it would have continued to flow." Or he said, had she not scooped Zamzam, it would have been a sweet running spring. She drank from it and continued to nurse her child. The angel told her, "Do not be afraid of it being abandoned. This is the house of the Lord. This child and his father will build it. Allah does not abandon his slaves." While she held to the place, one of the families of Jumra tribe, originating from the Khatan of the Yemen, appeared to pass by. Discovering that the water was available there, they sought their permission to settle down. She placed the condition that the spring remained in her property, although they could draw from it. They agreed and later sent for the rest of the tribe to come and join them. Hagar's child grew into a handsome young man. He went and learn Arabic from the tribe. He pleased them, and as he grew up into manhood, they gave him one of their girls in marriage. Savage. Abraham visited them several times. Once he visited when Hagar was dead. Ishmael wasn't around. His wife told him that he had gone out on an errand. When Abraham asked her about how they managed to live, she began to complain of the hardship they faced. He left the message with her that when Ishmael returned, she was to convey with his greetings and tell him to change the threshold of his house. When Ishmael returned, his wife told him that what had happened. From the details of the account, he knew that it was his father. He also understood what he meant by the message and divorced her to marry another woman. Savage. After some time, Abraham once again visited them and once again missed Ismail. He asked his new wife about how they lived. She thanked Allah for the providence he had bestowed on them. Abraham departed, leaving the message that she was to convey to her husband and greetings to him. After that, Abraham stayed quite a while to return and find his son Ismail under a tree repairing his toes. The two fathers met, fathers and sons meet. Abraham asked him to help him in the construction of the house that Allah had ordered him to build. It was built on a raised spot close to Zamzam. Ismail fetched stones, and Abraham built into the walls were high enough. Then they brought the stone down today. His footsteps and continued raising the walls higher. The two were supplicating in words, "O our Lord, accept from us, surely you are the seeing, the knowing." God knows the truth. Only God knows. Amen. This, however, was not the first time that Ismail was helping his father in obedience following execution of his command earlier. When he was in his teens, Abraham had come down to Mecca following a dream in which Allah revealed to him to sacrifice his son to Ibrahim. Abraham consulted him in words, "My son, I see in a dream that I am slaughtering you, so what's your opinion?" Ismail replied, "My father, go ahead and do as you are ordered. You will find me Allah willing, persevering, and patient." Ibrahim set out for Mina along with him to execute Allah's will. When he laid his face down with a knife in his hand, his Lord called to him, "O Ibrahim, you have fulfilled the vision." Allah replaced him with, as the Quran said, and we ransomed him with great sacrificial animal. Damn, so his dad was about to kill him. That's crazy. But why would God want you to sacrifice your own son? Isn't that haram? Isn't that haram? To kill your own son? That has to be the most haram thing I've ever heard. Why would God ever want you to kill your own son? Chat, I'm asking you. Umi, Grayson, can I time out hate speech? No free speech. So much toxicity here. Not free speech. What is hate speech? Hate speech is, I don't like that word because that doesn't even make any sense. Let me look at the chat. What's going on, chat? Chat summary. People are discussing reading the Quran and significant faith. Some believe it's important to understand the Biography. I know he was testing him, but that's crazy. I know this exists in Christianity too. But that's just like a crazy text. Yasar, you don't need to see or talk to messenger. You don't need to see or talk to messenger because your address message only important issue God himself and message, not messenger. Because he's just a delivery guy, but God chose best guy, obeys and follows God's orders as the first and best example for people. Thank you for supporting this research and these streams. T, yes sir, I agree with you. T, yes sir, I agree with you. As of right now, I do not think that you need to follow the messenger or even have faith in the messenger to follow the message. The messenger is sending a message. Did you receive the message? It's not about the messenger, it's about the message. It's like me. I hope I inspire you guys to don't be fat. But it's not about me telling you to not be fat. It's about the idea of not being fat. To do that idea. Not because I said so, but because it's better for you. You know what I mean? Pure 100, you are wrong, bro. Taweed Uma, wrong. Perry W, thank you, Perry. Without the messenger, where do you get the message from? Oh, no, praise the messenger. Praise the messengers and praise my parents who taught me about God. Praise everyone in my life who has been a messenger of God. And praise my own brain who has messaged me what God is. But it's about the ideas. Sabrina, I was thinking the same thing, but it makes sense to actually put fully trust in God. Trust that God knows best and some knowledge was only with God. Keep reading. Oh yeah, Umi, don't block anyone. Everyone is allowed to... Hate speech is not even a real concept. The whole idea of freedom of speech, Umi, thank you for asking, is so that people can say things that you don't like. Freedom of speech is allowing people to say things that you dislike, things that you don't want them to say. That is what freedom of speech is. So this chat is freedom of speech, just like I have freedom of speech right now to say whatever I want. So don't block anyone unless they're spamming. It's the only condition someone needs to be blocked. L opinion, Grayson. Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Yes, but there are some people being aggro in chat. You're live though. Amin Peterson, love speech. Okay, let's keep reading. I didn't know I was going to be reading about Abraham. I just can't believe that God told him to kill his son. That is haram! I think. God, if you told me to kill my son, I don't know if I would do it. Maybe that means I don't have faith in you, or maybe that makes... Are we back? Can you guys see me? Are we back? Are we back? All right, we're back. Man, Alexi, Grayson, you're a bot. Fuck you! Just kidding. I just can't believe God asked him to kill his son. Why would God ask you to kill your son? Abraham slaughtered it, and the two, having demonstrated their total submission, won Allah's approval. When the two had completed the construction of the house, Allah ordered Abraham to announce for Hajj in words, "Proclaim to mankind the pilgrimage. They will come to you on foot and on every lean camel, traveling through every deep ravine." It is... Wait, so that's pilgrimage. Thank you, Abdullah. Who is saying this? They're writing down God's words here. This is big. I don't see no citations, although there probably is citations. I'm just probably not looking at them. See these verses in the story of the slaughter and ransom in Surat. Oh yeah, it's in the Quran. See the commentary on these verses in the books and commentaries such as Surat al-Hajr, Surat al-Baqarah. So these are from hadiths? What is a surat? What is a surat? What is a surat? No, surat. The content of Islam is surah, also spelled surat. Oh. He is blind. Thank you. Thank you very much. Much appreciated. Much appreciated for your kindness. Thank you for joining in and choosing kindness today, everybody. Why does everybody hate me? Why is everybody so mad at me in the chat? It is said that Abraham either climbed a rock or Mount Safa and called out in the name of Allah, saying, "People, Allah has got a house constructed for you, so visit it in pilgrimage." Allah relayed his voice to every living being and everyone who was destined to perform Hajj until the day of judgment. And they replied, "At your service, O Lord, at your service." Sorry, Clorox. Dude, whose name is Clorox Bleach? Narisima, much love. One sec. Alright, we gotta... I just hit the telegram, grandma, your boy the man. Necklace gave me shoulder cramps, pinky ring, no show a dance, $500,000. I'm a trap. Better watch y'all. So apparently pilgrimage was given to Abraham. Allah has got a house constructed for you. I used to think the pilgrimage was kind of whack, but it kind of makes sense. Like if God... It'd kind of be nice to have like a place on the earth that people make a pilgrimage to. That like... To the desert. The desert... Out of the desert came God. The desert! I need to go to the desert. I want to live in the desert. Out of the desert came God. That can't be a coincidence. It makes sense it was the desert. Tabari has said that this supplication has made especially for our Prophet Muhammad. Wait. Every living and everyone who is destined to perform Hajj until the day of judgment. And they replied, at your service, O Lord, at your service. Ibrahim and Ismail supplicated to their Lord in their words of Quran. O our Lord, send among them a messenger from them to recite to them your revelations, teach them the book and the wisdom, and purify them. Surely you are the most powerful, the most wise. Tabari has said that this supplication has made especially for the Prophet Muhammad. The Prophet used to say, I am the answer to the supplication of Abraham and the glad tidings pronounced by Isa. Ismail continued to live to the sacred house by the side of his laws in Jerusalem, among them who he married, until Allah commissioned him as a messenger to them and those living in the Hajjaz belt of the tribe of Amalek and those of Yemen. Allah said, and recall in the book Ismail, he was a truthful person and a messenger and a prophet. I just hit the telegram, grandma, your boy the man. I just hit the telegram, grandma, your boy the man. He fathered 12 sons. Their names have been given by Ibn Ishaq, from whom Ibn Kathir quotes. The first two were but Nabit and Kedar. Nabit was one of those who was chosen to be the forefather of him who was raised to answer to the call of Abraham and Ismail. However, the golden chain between Nabit and Aden is lost. There were 6 of them in the chain. They all lived in Mecca. Yet their names are not known. Nevertheless, the Prophet specifically said that he was born in the line of Adam and beyond Adam. There are several opinions about the identities. When Ismail died, he was buried in the Hijr, one of the 7 of his grave, so that he lived for 103 years. All those who lived in the Hijr hill would affiliate themselves either to Nabit or Kedar. It might also be pointed out here that Abrahamic period is considered to be 1900 years before the appearance of Jesus. Oh, so about 2,000 years before Jesus is believed to have been the Ibrahimic period. Why is it, chat, why is he called Ibrahim and not Abraham? So it's just keeping it in Arabic. Okay. Hey ChatGPT, my chat is roasting me. They saying I'm not know how to pronounce Abraham or Ibrahim. Ibrahim. How do I pronounce it? Please let me know. The pronunciation of the Arabic word of Abraham. Ebit. Ra sounds like rat. Ibrahim. 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 Him. Yo, this is me. Ibrahim. I didn't realize my name was in Ibrahim. Ibrahim. Sorry, Perry. My bad. Ibrahim. 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 Relayed his voice in every living being and everyone who is destined to perform Hajj until the day of judgment. And they replied, at your service, O Lord, at your service. Ibrahim and Ismail supplicated their Lord in the words of the Quran. O our Lord, send us among them a messenger from them to recite them your revelations, teach them a book and the wisdom, and purify them. Surely you are the most powerful, the most wise. Tabari has said that this supplication was made especially for our Prophet Muhammad. The Prophet used to say, I am the answer to the supplication of Ibrahim and the glad tidings pronounced by Isa. So apparently Abraham said this. O our Lord, send among them a messenger from them to recite them your revelations, teach them the book and the wisdom, and purify them. Surely you are the most powerful, the most wise. I just hit the telegram, grandma, your boy the man. It's so bright in my apartment. I love it though. Who's Tabari? Ibrahim and Ismail supplicated to the Lord in the words of the Quran. O our Lord, send among them a messenger from them to recite them your revelations, teach them the book and the wisdom, and purify them. Surely you are the most powerful, the most wise. Tabari has said that this supplication was made especially for our Prophet Muhammad. The Prophet used to say, I am the answer to the supplication of Ibrahim and the glad tidings pronounced by Isa. Ismail continued to live next to the sacred house by the side of his laws, the dream among them he had married, until Allah commissioned him as messenger to them, those living in the Hazard Belt, the tribe of Mecca, and those of the Yemen. Allah said, and recall in the book Ismaili, he was a truthful person and a messenger and a prophet. He fathered 12 sons. Their names have been given by Ibn Ishaq, from whom Ibn Ether quotes. The first two were Nabit and Naqadar. Nabit was the one who was chosen to be the forefather of him, who was praised and answered to the call of Ibrahim and Ismail, our prophet. However, the golden chain between Nabit and Adnan is lost. There were 6 of them in the chain. They all lived in Mecca, yet their names were not known. Nevertheless, the Prophet specifically said that he was born in the line of Adyan. Beyond Adyan, there are several opinions about the identities. When Ismail died, he was buried in the Hajr area by the side of his mother's grave. He is said that he lived for 137 years. All those who lived in the Hijr belt affiliated themselves to either of Nabit and Kedar. It might also be pointed out here that Abraham Peters and his read. Oh, did I already read this page? I'm not even realizing that I already read this. Okay, construction of the Kaaba. The first construction is said to have been accomplished by the angels as stated by Azruki. The second construction was at the hands of Adam as reported by Becca and others. The third construction was at the hands of Adam's pregnancy as reported by Azruki and others. The report therein comes through the Wab bin Moba. However, notes that the third construction was by Shit bin Adam. The fourth construction was at the hands of Ibrahim and Ismail ibn Kathir. However, thinks that this was the first construction. He said, we haven't received a single authentic report from the Prophet about a construction before that of Ibrahim. Shami, however, constructed on... The fourth construction was at the hands of Ibrahim and Ismail community. However, thinks that this was the first construction. He said, we haven't received a single authentic report from the Prophet about a construction before that of Ibrahim. Shami, however, was commented on Ibn Kathir's opinion in words. This statement needs reconsideration in view of so many reports coming down that do not agree with it. The fifth and the sixth constructions were that of... Alright, I'm kind of going to start skimming through this a little bit because I don't think this is that important to what I'm trying to figure out. This is the history of Mecca. And then it goes the situation before Islam. Should I kind of, I don't know, start skimming through? Dodd, should I skip through? Skimming, wow, you do it all the time, bro. Okay, I won't do it, watermelon. Freaking sus, man. Okay, chill. Chill, chat. Please don't scream at me. Please don't scream at me. Please stop screaming. Oh my gosh, chat. Chat, please stop screaming. The fourth construction was at the hands of Abraham. The fifth and the sixth constructions were at the of the Amalek and Jumra, as reported as the words of Shuma. The fifth and the sixth constructions were that of the Amalek and Jura, as reported in the works of Shimi, Ibn Jak, Shaka, blah, 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 blah. Also carried the report through. It is said that the house was reconstructed once or twice by the Juham because of a crack that the Kaaba will have suffered due to floods. That means it was not a new construction, rather repair work. It was Ahmad Jarad who undertook the works. The seventh construction was undertaken by Qusayk bin Khalid, the Prophet's ancestor. Shami has said about the report that it was possessed by Zubair bin Nilak in his book. The 18th construction was accomplished by the Quraysh at the time when the Prophet was 35 years of age. This we will discuss in detail presently. The ninth construction was accomplished by Abdullah bin Zubair, as reported in the Sahih and others. This will also be discussed in detail in the upcoming chapters. The 10th construction was undertaken by Hajj bin Yusuf, on the command of Abdul Malik bin Moran the Umrad, as reported by Muslims. However, Abdul Malik later regretted when he had said from Aisha that she heard the Prophet say, "If not for your people so close to the pre-Islamic times, I would have demolished the Kaaba, added a roof to it, brought down the poor ground level, and included the Hijr portion into it." Other reporters also confirmed the report to the chagrin of Abdul Malik. It is reported that Harun Rashid wished to reconstruct the Kaaba on the design of Ibn Zubayr, but Malik bin Anas opposed the idea. He told the Caliph, "For Allah's sake, O leader of the faithful, don't render the house a playful thing for those who come after you." Everyone modeling in the way he wishes, undermining the respect what is versed in the hearts of the people. Harun Rashid gave it the idea. We can sum up by saying that the statements in the Quran and the reports that appear in the Bukhari and others lead us to believe that the Kaaba was first constructed by Ibrahim and Ismail. Peace upon them. At that time, the house was on a hill overlooking the area around until Abraham's construction. Angels and the previous prophets were aware of the existence of the sacred spot there. As for reports asserting that the construction had been done earlier, well, so far as their line of transmission is concerned, as reports for asserting that the construction has been done earlier, as far as the line of transmission is concerned, they do not go beyond a companion follower. These reports have been carried by historians such as Syrian Kingdom for those commentaries of the Quran. It is not very clear, but that these reports and contrast that these scholars would take greater part of the chain of the narration. Hence, Ibn Kathir's statement is worth reading. Keep in mind that no trustworthy report has been come down to us from the Prophet to the effect that the house has already been built before Abraham. Nonetheless, Ibn Shaykh adds to Ibn's statement the following. The statement does not contradict the report that there hasn't been a prophet but who performed pilgrimage to the house. Abu Yullah has a report in his collection narrated by Ibn Abbas that the Prophet performed his Hajj. When he arrived in the Hasfan Valley, he asked, "O Abu Bakr, what valley is this?" Abu Bakr replied that it was the Afsan Valley. The Prophet said, "Nahad and Ibrahim have passed by this valley on their red camels led by coiled halters." Wearing a lower garment and an upper striped cloak, they had come to perform the pilgrimage of the ancient house. Musnad Ahmad has another report from Ibn Abbas. He said that when the Prophet passed by the Afsan Valley during the pilgrimage, he asked Abu Bakr, "What valley is this?" He told him that it was the Afsan Valley. The Prophet said that Hud and Salih passed by this valley on red camels, coiled halters, wearing lower garments and striped clothes, uttering the supplicating words of pilgrimage in the ancient house. The report is of good Hassan status. It may also be pointed out that pilgrimage does not necessarily require a constructed house. It is enough if the spot is known and identified. I mean, if that's true about the pilgrimage, if Abraham and other prophets have always gone to this place, then, and this is where people realized, God is real, monotheism. I could understand why we should go there and see it. Why not? Ibn Zubayr's construction. When Ibn Zubayr decided to reconstruct the Kaaba, the people brought it down the walls right up to the ground level. They constructed temporary posts all around and tied a cloth through where they began the work. They added in length those 6 feet that the Quraysh had decreased because they had run short of construction material. They maintained the height as 10 feet, placing 2 doors in the eastern and western walls, one for entry and the other for exit. They did this following the Prophet's desire, reported by Aisha. If not for your people so close to the pre-Islamic times, I would have demolished the Kaaba, added to it what was removed, brought it down the door to ground level, placing 2 of them, one for entry at each side and another exit at the west side. If I did that, I would have rendered it back to the Ibrahim design. Azraqi has stated that the height of the Ibrahim construction was 9 feet, the length 32 and the width 3 feet. Was about that of roof. Says that the height was 9 feet. As for Masjidul Haram, in the beginning it didn't have surrounding walls. Rather, it had residential quarters all around. When Umar bin Khattab saw that the houses were constricting the pilgrims, he purchased the houses around an expanded area. He also added a boundary wall roughly of a man's height, placing lamps on top. During the time of Uthman, it was once again felt that the buildings around were constricting the space for the pilgrims, so he too purchased the properties around and expanded the Haram area? Haram? Haram area? What does that mean? Hey, no, Sirma, I'm down. It's haram, not haram. Most of the comments are either hate or misleading. Very true. I don't know how to say your name, brother, but yes. Wait, so haram and haram. Why is it so confusing? The area where it is prohibited to do sins there. Oh. Oh, the haram area. No sin. What happens if you do a sin there? What would happen? Hey, Perry, chill. Chill, Perry. It's prohibited to do sins anywhere. True. Hafsa. It means sacred / protected in this context. Okay. Thank you, Hafsa. Since that time, kings and rulers have gone on adding space to the haram. Wait, do you pronounce it the same? Haram? Haram? Like, haram is bad. Haram, prohibited. Haram. But what is... How do you say the one with only one A? It's pronounced the same. Haram. Haram. Also kind of softer. So like, haram. Haram! Haram. Haram! Haram. Don't elongate. Haram. The haram area. Haram. Haram. That's my favorite idea. I literally think that idea has brought me back to God. The idea that there is wrong and right is just beautiful. And hearing people say haram, even as like it's kind of like not a joke, but people even say it outside of people who don't even consider themselves Muslim. Like, bro, haram. And it's like, wow, that concept, that idea that something can just be wrong. Like, just everyone has that intuitive idea in your head, like, that's haram. That's disgusting. Like, that's against God. That idea is beautiful. Ibrahim's station. Ibrahim's Maqam refers to the stone over which Ibrahim had stood to raise the walls when they became beyond his reach. Oh, wait, sorry. Since that time, kings and rulers have gone on adding space to the haram area to meet with the ever-increasing demands, right into our times, the most massive of them being that of the Saudi government. So, So the Kaaba area has been expanding for a long time. Ibrahim's Maqam refers to the stone over which Ibrahim had stood to raise the walls when they became beyond his reach. His footmarks remained on the stone. They lasted until Islam's advent. Subsequently, they were lost with the touch of the pilgrims, Abdul Talib said in a couplet. On the stone, Abraham stood, soft as the mark of his feet. It is reported that earlier the stone was adjacent to the wall of Kaaba, having been in the place since the time of Iran until the time of Umar. When it became an obstruction to the people, Umar got it moved to the present position. None of the companions ever objected to the relocation. Umar had also suggested to the Prophet, it would be nice if we prayed near the station of Ibrahim. Ibrahim. It was approved by the revelation which said, and take Ibrahim's station for prayer. It is worth mentioning that it was Ibrahim who had built the Masjid al-Aqsa at Jerusalem, although another report is that it was Yaqub who built it. The time gap between the two constructions was 40 years, as said by the Prophet. As regards to the hadith which says that it was Sumlun who built Masjid, it is renewal that is meant by Sukudu to clarified. Abu Shabra is also the same opinion. I cannot read these Arabic names. All right, chapter 1 complete. I learned about the Kaaba, Mecca, how it's been this place that apparently has been a holy spot for a while. We can sum up by saying that the statements in the Quran and the reports that appear in Bukhara and others lead us to believe that the Kaaba was first constructed by Ibrahim and Ismail. So Abraham is believed to have built the original spot, the OG, because it's an Abrahamic religion. It's the history of Mecca. I just hit the telegram, grandma, your boy the man. Some say Adam built it. What? That you... Habuba. Much love. Mecca. 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 Built by Abraham 4,000 years ago. Built by the angels. I'm in Peterson. Shut up. I'm gonna see if I can talk to ChatGPT about this. Wait, can I give you PDF files, or do I need to be signed in to my upgraded version of ChatGPT? Frick. I just hit the telegram, gram, all your boy the man. Hey, chill, Buttercup, chill. I need to sign into ChatGPT, bruh. But I'm not trying to expose all my ChatGPT messages. Frick. I just hit the telegram, gram, all your boy the man. Necklace gave me shoulder cramps. Pinky ringer, show it, Dan. I'm on stream, so don't reveal any personal info. The stream can see my screen today. Got it. I won't tell them about your rash. I'm just kidding. Okay. So, I'm going to try to download this to ChatGPT, and you can put PDFs into ChatGPT. Did y'all know that? ChatGPT will change your life, guys. You've got to use it. I think it's the newest religion out there. It's the best one. ChatGPT religion. You guys should follow it. I'm just playing. But it seriously helps you do... Rizkila, it helps you a lot. So I'm going to try to download... I'm going to download this book. Download this book, put it into ChatGPT so I can ask it questions about the book, because now ChatGPT will have access to the entire PDF of the book. So look at this. This is how amazing the internet is. If it will eventually download. In the meantime, Labape, thank you for the super chat. Fazil Izwan, it means you believe in him to have faith. The message is true. Labape, faith in Muhammad being a true prophet, a prophet and the final messenger from God Almighty. We do not worship Muhammad or idolize him. Speak to TML, the Muslim lantern. I think in the Quran it doesn't say to idolize Muhammad, but I think that a lot of people do. Abu Suleiman, first they tell you Quran, the Quran and the fees and scholars and Governor King. Oh yes, it's true. Tia sir, bro, you have a letter from God? Yes. Tia sir, much love. Alfred Al-Jabir. In Sahih Muslim, the Prophet said, don't write about me, and anything written about me other than in the Quran should be erased. Willing to debate later. Ooh, Alfred Al-Jabir. Interesting take. An old super chat that Alfred Al-Jabir said in Sahih Muslim, the Prophet, I don't know what that is. The Prophet said, don't write about me, and anything written about me other than in the Quran should be erased. Hey, we got Noah McCarran in the chat. W. Noah. That's a good point, Noah. Abu Suleiman, you are correct. Following the messenger equals message equals God's book / word. True, Abu. Fazil is one. Yes, knowing his life story will increase your trust in him. Do you have faith in your parents? It means you trust that they say to you. True, but everyone I've known in my life has lied to me on accident, and I've lied to people on accident too. So how can we really trust things besides God? Or maybe not an accident. You know, we can deceive ourselves without knowing. Jawid Shahid, Abraham was old and hadn't had a child. He was too old to sacrifice what he wanted the most to test his devotion. Yeah, but it's just kind of sus. Motive of vibes. Haram means prohibited. Haram means prohibited. Haram means place. Okay, interesting. All right. So let's see if... Come on, it's almost done loading. Yeah, this is it. Download. Okay, this one's almost done loading. Come on. Let's go. Download. Look at that. Already downloaded this entire PDF. I go over here, I drop it in ChatGPT, and now ChatGPT is going to read the entire thing within seconds. And I can ask it any question about it. Maybe a little bit longer than seconds. Because I just hit the telegram, Graham, all your boy to man. Boom, look at that. ChatGPT has just read the entire book. ChatGPT is about to read this entire book within seconds. Orca Boy, read Muhammad life based on earliest source, Millings. Right now I'm reading this book right now. It's got it. History of Mecca. ChatGPT, I just read the history of Mecca, the first chapter of this book right here. As you can see, and my questions are regarding what does the book say about the pilgrimage, why is it important, and why did Abraham choose to build the Kaaba, and what is the Kaaba, and why did he choose to build it where it is. I'm not asking for other sources, I'm only asking for sources from this PDF which I am giving you above. Only give me answers based on the PDF I just sent you because I'm reading the book and want to correctly understand what the book said. I already read this chapter, but it was pretty complex, ChatGPT. Meanwhile, I have about 500 people streaming this to, and they're all yelling at me and angry at me. Everyone is angry at me all the time. I don't know why. I'm not mad at anyone. I actually have no enemies, ChatGPT, but help me understand what's happening. Thank you. Reading documents. Boom, just read it. To answer your question based on the PDF document provided here, the relevant excerpts and explanations. Pilgrimage, Hajj, the importance of announcements of Abraham. The pilgrimage Hajj was proclaimed by Abraham after he and his son Ishmael built the Kaaba. Allah commanded Abraham to announce the pilgrimage to mankind. Abraham called out to the people to perform Hajj, and Allah caused his voice to reach all living beings who are destined to perform Hajj. His proclamation is mentioned in the Quran, verse 27. Proclaim to mankind the pilgrimage. They will come to you on foot, and every lean camel traveling through every deep ravine. Reasoning for building the Kaaba and its location. Ibrahim was ordered by Allah to build the Kaaba on a raised spot close to Zamzam. Zamzam! The well associated with Ishmael's survival and Hagar's search for water. This location is significant as already known to angels and previous prophets as a sacred spot. Okay, they were looking for water. I remember that now. The Kaaba was constructed with the help of Ishmael, who fetched stones while Abraham built the walls. They prayed for Allah to accept their efforts. Oh, Lord, accept us from us. Surely you are the seeing, the knowing. That's beautiful. The Kaaba, also referred to as the house of God, was meant to be a central piece of the worship and symbol of monotheism. It is described as the first house established for mankind to worship Allah. It is described as the first house established for mankind to worship Allah. Significance of the location and historical context. The spot where the Kaaba was built in historical and spiritual significance even before Abraham's construction. It was a known sacred place visited by angels and previous prophets. The construction of the Kaaba was not only a physical building, but also a reaffirmation of the spiritual heritage and the continued monotheistic worship from the time of Abraham and Ishmael. I hope this helps you in your items. Okay. It is described as the first house established for mankind to worship Allah. I just hit the telegram, Grandma, your boy the man. That is the worst drawing ever, but I was trying to do someone praying, and that was the worst drawing I've ever done. Bro, that... Orca Boy. Read Muhammad's life based on earliest source millings. Okay, maybe in the future, Orca Boy. Thank you for supporting the stream, but however, right now I'm reading this book. Orca Boy again, G to G, but G to G, but read Martin Ling's book. It Green Muhammad. Okay. Fazul Iswan. That is why you need to know the life story. Then you can judge if he is really 100% trustworthy. Then you can have faith that he is telling the truth. All I know is the message of the Quran was facts. The message of the Quran was, I believed, is true. Do I need faith in the messenger to believe in the Quran? I don't think so. But true, Perry. Very true, Perry. Who is Perry? Perry's just a local legend. He's just a guy who's loved by many. I don't think we need any messenger to believe in God. Now, does it make it tremendously easier? Definitely. And does it make it much more clear? Definitely. And does God have a purpose for sending messengers? I believe so. But I think if I was born on an island, I think I would eventually figure out that God must be real and that I would bow to him. At that point, I'd be Muslim. I'd be trying to follow God's will. And I think you could actually follow God's will by just sitting there and being quiet, like meditating and figuring out what God wants you to do. Like, God doesn't want you to do these bad things, and I think it would be obvious. Is that W, or you guys think that's true, or do you not believe that? Now, you should trust the prophets, because how can you trust a message if you do not trust its owner? Because the message is true. It doesn't even need to... I don't need a human to back up the message. I just know that the message is true. All right, quick break.
ritual. Forgot my wallet.
Yo, chat, I'm taking a quick break real quick to take a break, and then I'm going to continue reading this next chapter. So far, we've learned about the Kaaba, how it was the first place of worship of Muhammad, or not Muhammad, what am I saying? The first place of worship for, it's believed to be the first house of worship for monotheistic worship. And, you know, built by Abraham 4,000 years ago, more or less. I don't actually, you know, I'm just getting the ideas from this book, right? That's what the book is saying. Do I believe that? I mean, sure. It's beautiful. Monotheistic religion seems to have come from the desert, which I think is why we should go to the desert at least one point in our life and make that pilgrimage. Come on now. Come on now. Okay. Quick break.
Thinking I'm gonna start cutting carbs. I need to drop my belly fat.
If you want to drop this, start eating more of these. Starving ourselves, eating salads, and cutting out carbs. Doing this never works and only leads to more frustration.
You might think this would take years to learn, but we're going to teach it to you in 60 seconds. Watch this. This is a metabolism killer, this is a metabolism killer, and this is a metabolism killer. If you're over 40, and as you get older, you may not be able to lose weight as quickly or as easily. You may not be able to put muscle on so easily. And you may think or may have been told that there's nothing you can do about it.
When it comes to cardio, it's true that it burns calories, mainly in the form of carbohydrates free in the blood. But here's the deal. After you work up a sweat, your body tends to replace those calories with your next meal. Steady state cardio can actually release cortisol. Cortisol, of course, is your body's stress hormone, and it's not what you're looking for. It could lead to further muscle breakdown. If you don't like doing steady state cardio, don't do it. Number one, it's not a great way to lose weight. And number two, you're going to hate it. If you hate it and it's not working, you will eventually give up.
Dr. Drew and my wife Susan here, we want to show you something.
You've probably seen this guy all over your feed claiming that cutting carbs isn't necessary for weight loss. Now, I know it sounds too good to be true, but let me tell you, there's more to this than meets the eye.
The science of weight loss was cracked a long time ago. It's not a trend, it's facts. Following all those like trendy fad diets, all those trending workouts that you see online is literally a waste of time. There's already a proven, research-backed way to lose weight and keep it off.
I decided to delve into this topic and do some research. Turns out this guy is a celebrity trainer who's gained a massive following for challenging mainstream advice. He claims that what we've been told about weight loss is wrong, completely wrong. I've witnessed thousands of clients on B-Shred transform their lives and achieve their best shapes ever by dedicated, say, 20 minutes a day to 3 simple practices. And you know what? It makes a lot of sense when you listen to what he has to say.
The truth is that Hollywood's elite actors and actresses, they can get super ripped because they followed a long ignored technique that was used for generations of bodybuilders and athletes before steroids were even popular. So what's their approach? Well, they ruthlessly cut through the fluff because they have zero time to waste because their next film role is starting in just a few weeks, and so they can't waste time on the wrong program.
Cut out carbs, sugar. It was just not sustainable. Boom, I gained it back so fast. This time I feel like I've done it the healthy way. I've lost 30 pounds. Just do it. Just do it. You won't regret it. You're gonna see it too. You're gonna be like, dang, I look good.
For a while, I just completely cut out carbs, and I realized that was a mistake. After I gave the carbs back, I dropped another 30 pounds.
You will never have to be on the treadmill again. I want to say slowly the weight started coming off, but it came off faster than I thought it would.
All these foods that you don't think that you ever get to eat when following a diet, I'm eating them and I'm in the best shape of my life. Carbs actually regulate your metabolism. Carbs are one of the best ways to give your body energy. If you cycle your carbs properly, you eat more carbs than you've probably ever eaten on a diet, and you get far better results than you've probably ever gotten.
I don't even weigh 210 pounds. You've lost me. That's insane.
I now went from a 6XL. I can now say that I'm in a large.
I had lost right at 30 pounds. My jeans were falling off of me.
So you lost
53 pounds. I went from 189 pounds to 136 pounds.
Dang.
What is the best workout to lose weight? The best way to burn fat and get in shape, it's not keto, paleo, fasting, or vegan, and it's not super intense workouts. That ain't how you lose weight. I already did all the hard work to simplify all that information into a very simple and easy to follow plan that literally anybody can do. This is our body type quiz. That's a free quiz. It's 6 different questions. Legit 20 seconds. You could do it. Seriously? Yeah, you could do it right now. And then at the end of it, it tells you what your body type is, but it also tells you the 3 most important things to do based on what your body type is. And it's completely free. Yeah, click the link if anybody's watching this, want to figure out your body type, and I'll show you how to get in shape. You can hit that link below and take the quiz. We won't ask for your email or anything like that. Click the link below this video right now, take my free body type quiz, and get your personalized plan right now.
The scientists at Harvard have discovered that men over 40 who don't fail in bed do a 15-second boner-boosting hack before going to bed. Last Friday, I went out with a man who is older than me. According to his driver's license, he was 54 years old. I ended up going to his place, and it was really great. What surprised me the most was the size of his friend. I had never seen anything so big in my entire life. Furthermore, he lasted much longer than any other guy I've been with in a long time. He had so much energy. He
What the frick was that? What was that? Sorry about that, chat. Not sorry about taking my break, but sorry about whatever was on the screen. I just hit the telegram, gram, all your boy to man. Oh yeah, we gotta do 100 push-ups each stream. I think I'm at 15. Oh. Alright, do some push-ups with me, don't be fat. It doesn't matter what religion you are, nobody will respect you if you don't respect your own body. Let's get 20 in. Let's actually do 25. I need to get some energy out, and then let's keep reading. Okay. Praise God. Praise God. I just hit the telegram, grandma, your boy the man. All right. So we researched the first part of this book. Again, I'm learning about Islam this month. My name is Grayson Brock. I'm 21 years old. I'm currently streaming from the best country in the USA, Texas. I'm just a kid who wants to find out the truth, as we all do, so I'm dedicating a big portion of my energy and time to looking into the holy books, to experiencing life in the craziest ways, such as doing a boxing match and getting my ass beat up. And yeah, I want to be a YouTuber. I am a YouTuber. Thank you, Yona. Just a pointer. Jesus and Muhammad were both sent as an example by God. In that sense, church isn't wrong, but consider historical accuracy. Good point. Thank you for supporting the stream. Again, my name is Grayson Brock. I'm 21 years old from Texas, and I am dedicating a lot of my energy into looking into the holy books as it's something that's important. And that being said, thank you guys for watching and tuning in. Over this next month, I'm going to be looking into the Islamic religion. I personally consider myself someone who tries to follow the will of God, which would mean I'm a Muslim by definition. But I haven't taken Shahada or anything like that. So this next month, I'm going to look into the religion and see if I want to take Shahada, basically. The first week of June, I'm going to research the biography of Muhammad. The second week, I'm going to learn Arabic in 1 week because I'm the smartest person in the entire world. The third week, I'm going to read the Quran again. It's in its entirety. That's the plan. In week 4, study some of the hadiths. Now, if you want to directly support me in this channel, which is dedicated to free speech, figuring out the truth, and all learning and becoming better together, you can click the link in my bio, which is the buy me a coffee link, which helps make these streams possible in upgrading the streaming situation, such as getting better freaking Wi-Fi. I don't even know if you can hear me. See, that's why you can't hear me, because the Wi-Fi is not good enough. Okay, now you can hear me. Well, yeah, you can click the link in the bio if you want to directly support it, but either way, watching these streams is much appreciated, and I'm glad you guys are involved, and I hope we are all learning and getting better together. So, let's continue to research this. Now, chapter 2. The Kaaba was apparently built by Abraham and was the first place of monotheistic worship. So now the world situation before Islam. During the 6th and 7th centuries, the world was engulfed by the dark shadows of paganism and superstition. Sounds like today. And the human society was built on tribalism that divided itself into classes. The social and political anarchy was at its zenith. All that was good, whether it had... So I still haven't learned anything about Muhammad. And, like, not really. Can you see it? During the 6th and 7th centuries, the world was engulfed by the dark shadows of paganism and superstition. Sounds like today. All that was good, whether it had source in tradition or in prophet teachings, was lost. The prophet well expressed the situation when he said, Allah looked down upon the peoples of the earth and disapproved of them, the Arabs as well as the non-Arabs, except for the remnants of those that had been given the book earlier. In the following pages, we shall briefly present the situation to highlight the necessity for a new prophet, mentioning also the basic criteria that were, are, and will remain the foundations for building up a proper human civilization. The Arabian Peninsula. I'm now starting on the chapter that starts without the title of the Arabian Peninsula. What am I about to read? Can you give me a little insight so I know and I'm expecting what ideas I'm about to read? Reading the entire book. ChatGPT has access to this entire book, so I just gave it to it. The chapter we're about to read, the Arabian Peninsula, provides an in-depth review of various aspects of pre-Islamic Arab insight to what you can expect to find the political Yemen, the history of political dynamics of Yemen, including the Sabaeans, Hira Kingdom, Syrian Kingdom, Mecca. This is way too complex and too long of a summary. Please condense this down to I can understand. I'm very stupid and very, very stupid, very, very stupid. You're not stupid at all. Oh, thank you. Yemen, ancient tribes and foreign rulers like Romans and Abyssinians controlled by Persians. Common issues were drinking, gambling, and infanticide. Infanticide? killing newborn infants. What? It's just like abortion today, huh? What is Yemen? And where is Yemen? Medina. Yemen. Okay. Always one. The book is the law. The prophet is the guide to the method of fulfilling the law. He leads. We follow so we don't become heedless Hickens where everyone makes their own interpretation. True. But I want to read about what this book says. Who is this guy? Okay, the oldest of the... Here we go. The Arabian Peninsula, the political situation. Are you guys ready for this? The oldest of the Arab people known to have inhabited Yemen are the Sabians, inhabitants of Sheba. They find mention in the Quran also. The peak of their civilization had power, seems to have overpowered them. Oh wait, no, sorry. The peak of their civilization... How's the Wi-Fi right now? Is it okay? In general, over the past like 10 minutes, is it good? The oldest of the Arab... Okay, the peak of the civilization and power seems to have been in the 1100 BC. By 300 CE, the Himyar tribe seems to have overpowered them. With that, Yemen began to suffer decline, and the Khatun tribe started to migrate from there to various other places. 270 years before the entry of Islam, Yemen was the subject of a continuous internal wars and turmoil. "270 years before the entry of Islam, Yemen was the subject of continuous internal wars and turmoil, allowing the foreigners to take a foothold in the lands. First, the Romans entered into Eden, and with their help, the Abyssinians were able to extend their influence for the first time in the year 340 CE. They had profited from the quarrels between the two tribes, Hamdan and Himyar. The Abyssinians were able to extend their influence for the first time in the year 340 CE. They had profited from the quarrels between the two tribes, Hamdan and Himyar. Their occupation lasted until 378 CE. After that, the land enjoyed some respite, but then Allah struck with them the calamity of the great floods known as the Aram floods. That happened either in 450 or 451 CE. With that, the Marib Dam, which was a means of welfare and influence for them, was swept away. These events were the result of their rebellion against Allah. They are his ways with whom he deviate. In the year 523 CE, their king Duanos launched a campaign and forced Christians to abandon their religion. When they resisted, he ordered ditches to be dug, got them filled with fire, and then got the Christians cast into them. It is about them that Allah spoke in Surah Al-Baqarah, saying, destroyed by the people of the ditch. Whoa! In the year 523 CE, their king Du-Nuwas launched a campaign to force Christians to abandon their religion. When they resisted, he ordered ditches to be dug, got them filled with fire, and then got the Christians cast into them. It is about them that Allah spoke in Surah Al-Baqarah, saying, destroyed by the people of the ditch. That prompted the Romans to persuade the Abyssinians to occupy Yemen a second time. It happened under the leadership of Arya in the year 525 CE. He remained the ruler of Yemen until one of his commanders, Abraham, seized power from him. The latter was officially declared ruler of Yemen after he managed to win the approval of the Abyssinian king. It was Abraham who took up the campaign to destroy the Kaaba, but Allah prevented him with his power. The Quranic chapter entitled The Elephant speaks to this episode. The people of Yemen sought and obtained the help of the Aryans and pushed out the Abyssinians in the year 575 BC. Madikarab bin Saif bin Yasmin Hamri placed the leading role, and so the Persians declared him king. However, some Abyssinian slaves who were left to the Ritini assassinated him. With his death, his family lost the rule in the Persian Empire, appointed a Persian governor instead of declaring the Yemen an Iranian province. The last of such governors was Bazin, the one who embraced Islam in the 7th Hijri year, or 628 CE. With that, the Persian held over the Yemen was lost for good. The Hira Kingdom. The Persians had ruled Iraq and its surrounding areas since the time of Chasros the Great. Then they were invaded by Alexander the Macedonian in the year 326 BC. Anarchy reigned till 320 BC. During these years, the continents migrated and occupied a part of the fertile lower lands. They were followed by the Edeni tribes. The two, however, clashed, and the former pushed on to occupy Euphrates Basin. Ardshir, the founder of the Sassanid rule in the year 226 BC, organized the Persians and got better of the Arabs living in the borders of their kingdom. This was the reason why Kuda tribe migrated from there to Sham. The people of Hira and Anbar, however, submitted to the rule. Nevertheless, finding it difficult to control his region from the capital, the Persians appointed one of their men, Jedmi Wada, governor, helping him out with some Persian militia. This was to keep the Romans and Arab Syrians in check. The latter had been similarly placed by the Romans in order to keep the Persians in check. Of the rulers of Hira, the most famous was Numan bin Murder. He is the one who rebelled against the Persians, fought against them at Dikar, and defeated them. This happened after the birth of the Prophet. It is said that it was the first time that the Arabs overcame the non-Arabs. The Prophet is reported to have said, this was the first time that the Arabs were able to wrench justice from the non-Arabs, and they were helped because of me. The Syrian Kingdom. The period after which waves of Arab tribes migrated to Shem, the innermost families of Kuda went over to Syrian plain to take up the inhabited area. There were the Banu Sinban, Hawan, of whom were born the Bandijin as Solaya. They were known as Ban Dajama. The Romans used them as barriers between themselves and the Bedouin Arabs on one side, while the other side was barriers against the Persians. They appointed one of their prominent men as Patinet. They remained the rulers until the Gaussians overcame them. The Romans let the Gaussians prevail, maintaining their own hold, until the famous Yarmouk battle of the 30th year, 634 AC. That event is also marked by the entry of the last of the rulers of Jabalin bin Aman to the fold of Islam. There were the days of Umar's caliphate. This is Hijaz. In Hijaz, political unity did not exist for the area to ever acquire the status of a kingdom. There were many towns, but each followed its own political system, which was near to being a shadakum rather than a kingdom. The major city of these times were Makkah, Yathrib, and Taif. Makkah. In our account of the development of Makkah, we have stated that its original inhabitants were the Jurhum tribes, although it is claimed that the Amalik had lived in the outskirts before the arriving of the Juramas. After Ismail and Juma tribe did not show keenness to maintain the sanctity of the Haram, disturbances and dissension followed. Materials gifted to the Kaaba were stolen. Water level in Zamzam went down, and things came to such a pass that even the knowledge of its whereabouts was lost. When some of the Yemeni Arabs dispersed after the Ermin floods, the Laba bin Amir bin immigrated to Makkah along with his kinsfolk. Initially, the Jura tribe resisted. Fighting broke out between the Labas and Jurums, in which the Jurums were routed. When Thalaba became sick, he went away to Sham, handing over the Meccan rule and custodian of the Kaaba to a cousin of his called Rabi'a bin Haritha bin Amir, who was from the Luhayya tribe. He identified his people as Kuza ben Usmail, who did not take part of the fight between Jurma and Thalaba. From then on until some 300 years, or according to another opinion, 500 years, the Kuza remained custodians of the house. At the time, the Quraysh were a divided house in Banu Kunayn until Kisay took charge and united them. Qasaya had also quarreled with the Kuda over the custodianship of the house. Qadida aided in the struggle that ensured with other Arabs tribes also taking part from the other side. Finally, the custodianship fell to Qusay. From that day onward, the Quraysh came to occupy a high position among the Arabs. Qusay divided Mecca into 4 parts and set up the Quraysh in each of the parts. He kept to himself only important religious functions, such as custody of the keys of the Kaaba, the right to water the pilgrims, feeding the pilgrims, presiding over the assemblies, and handing out war banners and standards. He also built up a house of justice, naming it Duran Nadwa. He imposed a tax on the Quraysh. The sums thus obtained were spent on the welfare of the pilgrims. When he grew old, Qusay handed over 3 functions to the eldest of his sons, Abdubdar, after the death of Abdudar and his brothers Viz, Abd-Munaf, Abd-Shams, and Abd. Differences arose between the sons and over the functions. They split into those supporting Banu Abdur and those supporting Abd-Munaf. While swearing intelligence, Banu would dripped their hands in a cup of perfume and rubbed them against the Kaaba wall. They were known as the Mutayyibin. In contrast, the Banu Abdud dipped their hands in a pot of blood, rubbing their hands against the Kaaba walls. They were known as the Alaf. Nonetheless, the 2 parties came to peace and decided to split the functions between themselves. The functions of feeding and watering the pilgrims were given away to Banu Abdu Manuf. The custody of the house were banners, and the presidency of Durmada was to be privileged of Banu and Abduyah. Later, the functions taken over by Banu Abdu Munaf were split between 2 families, Hashim and his brother Ab Shams, watering the pilgrims and feeding them to Hashim, while the presidency went to Ab Shams. Nevertheless, as the status of Hashim grew, jealousy also grew, in particular that of his nephew Umayyah bin Abd Shams. He tried to take away the feeding of the pilgrims from him, but could not. Having failed, he earned the taunts of his kinfolks, which increased his jealousy and hatred for his uncle. Mutab inherited the job of feeding the pilgrims after the death of his brother Hashman. With his death, it went to his nephew. The Prophet left it with him after the fall of Makkah. As noted earlier, the family of the Abu-Dar inherited the custodianship of the band and the presidency of Durin Nadwa. When Makkah fell to the Prophet, he left the honor with them and returned the key to the house to Uman bin Talal. It remains in their hands till today. It said that the verse, "Surely Allah orders you to restore the trust that to those they belong." It is said that the verse was revealed in this connection. Tabari doesn't think it improbable, although this cites several other opinions. This is confusing. I don't really understand what is going on here. Fazul is one. The book is the law. The prophets is the guide to the method of fulfilling the law. He leads, we follow, so we don't become heedless chickens where everyone makes their own interpretation. I wanted to read that again. Fazul, thank you for supporting the stream, and that, I agree. We do need direction. Harris, you can go to Yemen for 40 days soon, the Dawra event. Oh, there's an event going on in Yemen? Who is here from Yemen? Is anyone from Yemen? Ifet, Cookie needs help, G. Keep you doing great, G. Cookie, you need help? Muslims pray for Abraham in every prayer. Harris, is that true? Okay, where's Latif? I know who Latif is. Where's Latif? Latif, can you comment something? Why does Latif need to be a mod? Hi Latif, how we doing? Yeah, I don't... Okay, Harris. Thank you. I don't want another Muslim mod. Latif, thank you for always tuning in, brother. Cookie Monster, you're leaving? Cookie Monster, thank you for your help. I think I'm gonna wait to make anyone else a mod. Because I don't see anyone spamming. Cookie Monster, it's okay if you need to go. I appreciate your devotion, and trust me, if you continue to be a mod for time to come, you will be rewarded. XZ in the chat. I agree, Dr. J. Effect. Gee, this is just introduction to history before the birth of prophets, peace be upon him. I promise you his biography will kick in soon, then it will make sense alongside the background from the intro. Okay. I'll get to it. Cookie, thank you for your time. If you need to go, no worries, brother. Or sister. Cookie, are you a girl? Cookie. The first of these to take up residence in this town were the Amalekah. Later, they were overcome by the Jews, especially during the 1st and 2nd centuries after Christ, following their persecution at the hands of the Romans in Sham. They had then began to disperse into various parts of the world. Several tribes, notably Banu Nadir and Banu Quraysh, came down to Yathrib. Subsequently, the town received the Fet. Send so much love, Fet. A fat W, 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 a fat W. The Oz and Khazar tribes and the Jews lived in peace for quite a while, understanding a variety of treaties. However, when Oz and Khazar grew powerful, the Jews became aware of them and broke the treaties. Oz and Jews sought the aid of their kin, they lent them to encounter the kind of Jews against treaty. Also, Oz and Khazar lived peacefully among themselves for quite a while, but with the passage of the time, many grew between them, leading to the wars. Khazar had the upper hand most of the time. Oz tried to recruit Quraysh to their cause, but failed. When they broke the agreement, the kids gave them to the choice of either exile or their lives or the fort. They chose to leave. But Kaaba and Asad agrees to convince them to stay put even at the cost of those who were more... Therefore, Khazar slaughtered the 40 men in their custody, thus angered the Jews, and they openly declared their treaty with Oz. They stood with them during the battle of Buthra, and Oz emerged victorious. Many of the Khazar were killed by the aftermath that led to an uneasy peace between Khazar and Oz. Finally, they agreed to set up a kind of joint rule with Abdullah bin Ubay bin Salud Khazraji as the head. But as they were preparing the grounds for laying the foundations for this new setup, the Prophet happened to immigrate to Yathrib. Islam spread so fast that most people completely set aside the idea of forming a government under Abdullah bin Ubay, preferring to assemble rather under the banner of Islam. Ibn Ubay was left with no choice but to outwardly embrace Islam after the bird victory. Nonetheless, he remained a hypocrite, as well as you see. There isn't any difference in opinion about this man's hypocrisy among the scholars of the Quran, Hadith, or history. As for the leader of the Oz tribe, Abdullah bin Bisr, the father of Abdullah, who was given by a wash by angels, this man chose to remain a disbeliever and so moved away to Mecca. From there, he moved to Taif, migrating from there to Sham. Everywhere he tried to do everything he could do to destroy Islam. He had taken up to asceticism during the pre-Islamic times, so it was known as the monk. The Prophet said, "Don't call him a monk, rather the wicked." Ooh. Taif. Initially, Taif used to be known as Waj, borrowing its name from Waj bin Abdul Khai. He was one of the Amalekites to have taken up residence here. The Hazwan tribes of the outlying areas also joined him there. Later, one of the chiefs of the Hazwan called Kaz bin Mawamir Adwani. From there on, Kaz became to be known as Thaqif. When they grew in numbers, they built walls around the dwellings that later developed into a fort. This is so confusing. The fort can be known as Taif, something that surrounds. After the walls that surrounded their dwellings thereafter, Waj was relinquished in favor of Taif. At the time of the advent of Islam, the Banu Thaqif were divided into two groups, Banu Malik and Alaf. Friction between them led to the wars between which the Alaf emerged victorious. They expelled Banu Malik beyond into the valleys of Taif. So Banu Malik worked out treaties with their adjoining tribes to strengthen themselves militarily. They joined hands with Daz, Katham, and others against the Alaf. Nevertheless, no wars were reported between them. This is so confusing. Kuza managed to keep the trusteeship of the Kaaba for 300 to 500 years, but they proved to be evil trustees. For it was during their time that idol worship entered into the Abraham Peninsula. One of their chiefs, called Amir bin Luqay, had traveled to Sham, where he found the Amalekites in Moab worshipping idols. When he inquired about the functions of those idols, he was told that they had supplicated to them for rains and sought to help. They received their rains to help they had sought, so he asked them to donate an idol to him. They gave him Hubal. He brought it down to Mecca and persuaded the people to offer their devotions to it. From there on, whenever Banu Ismail traveled, they took a stone from Haram with them, pitching it whenever they accompanied and circumscribing it in the manner of the sacred house. That practice led the masses to choose the best shaped stones around for worship. This is how those who were on the religion of Abraham ended up becoming idol worshippers. The practice led the masses to choose the best shaped stones around for worship. This is how those who were on the religion of Abraham ended up becoming idol worshippers. Every major tribe had its own stone god. For instance, Banu Kalib min Muravda owned a deity called Wood, Budhudu, who lived in a place called Rit. Some 3 nights off Mecca owned a deity called Suwa. Banu Anam possessed a deity called Yugath, which was also the deity of the people of Jusra from Madra tribe in Yemen. Another idol was Yuk that belonged to Banu Kayyan of the Hamdani tribes, while on the other hand, Nasar was the chief god of Dulakala of Himyar. These were the very idols that the people of Noah had worshipped, as noted by the Quran, and reported to us the words of these people. And they have said, don't give up your deities, nor give up Wood or Surah or Yugath or Yuxin or Yizar. Surely they led many astray. When Ismaili's children and others abandoned the religion of Abraham, they took to worshipping these idols. The Kabalan tribe had a deity that was called either Iman, Amas, or Amas. Again, guys, I'm reading the Arabian Peninsula history. I'm in chapter 2. The Kabalan tribe had a deity that was called either Anas or Manas. They divided their charity between on one side and Lord God of the universe on the other. It is about them that Allah revealed. And they have declared shares for other than Allah out of what Allah created of the crops and livestock. Similarly, Banu Malakan bin Kinana had a deity of their own called Sad. Daz tribe had their own image in the image of Amriya bin Hamaya. The Quraysh had Christian deities that were special to them, such as Isaf and Nalaya. They stood near the Zamzam well. It is at the very spot that they offered their sacrifices. Aisha said, we had always heard that the pair Isaf and Nala committed fornication in the Haram and were turned to stones. But that was not all. Every family had deities special to it. The last thing they would do before leaving the town and the first thing they would do arriving from a journey was to touch them. When Allah sent the Prophet with the message of one God, they criticized him, saying, has he made a single deity out of several? Surely this is a strange thing. Abu Raj, Utaridi says in a trustworthy report, when we didn't find a good and shapely stone in the days of ignorance, we gathered some dust, made a heap of it, brought a goat, and milked on it. Then we circumbranded it. Idols is such an interesting concept. Like, how many idols do we have? I remember in high school, our high school football team would touch a rock on the way out to the field. So American football, not what y'all call football. Freaking stupid. Real football, like American football, like actual football, not the nonsense with your feet. Real football, American football, you know what I'm saying? Because America's the best country in the USA. Come on now. And Texas is the best country in America. And America is the best country in the USA. And America is the best. And I love Joe Biden. The football team would touch a rock on the way out to the field. Is that an idol? And the rock was like the Woodlands rock. They would touch it. Is that an idol? Is that an idol? I love Joe Biden. Necklace gave me shoulder cramps. Grandma, your boy to man. Didn't find a good and shapely stone in the days of ignorance. We gathered some dust, made a heap of it, brought a goat, and milked on it. Then we circumambulated it. Ibn Kathir has reported several trustworthy hadith about the role of Amr bin Lay in the founding of the religion of idols. One of them, of the Shakran, says that the Prophet said, I saw Amir bin Amir of Khuzra dragging his intestines in the fire. He was the one who introduced idol worships. Ibn Ishaq has more details. His words are, he was the first person to alter the religion of Banu Ismail, place the idols, and give a start to various pagan rituals. Allah expressed his disapproval in several passages of the Quran. In one place in the Quran it says, do not utter what comes to your mouth saying this is lawful and this is unlawful, to fasten lies upon Allah. Ibn Abbas has said, if you wish to know the Arab condition before Islam, read from verses 130 onwards of Surat Al-Anan. These passages give a fair idea of what the Arab individuals and societies were like before the advent of Islam. Nothing but traces of the religion of Abraham had remained. Oh, Anis, you have the same book? Thank you, Cookie. I have been reading for the past 2 hours, guys. Come on, I'm trying to learn. I haven't even gotten that far because I actually read every word and I actually take it slowly. Thank you, Cookie, but I need to decide later. Is the Discord is dying? You mean like we're not active? Oh, Cookie, you're leaving permanently? I'll keep going. Ibn Abbas has said, if you wish to know the Arab condition before Islam, read verse 130 onwards of Surat Al-Anam. I know I'm mispronouncing everything, guys. These passages give a fair idea of what the Arab individuals and societies were like before the advent of Islam. Nothing but traces of the religion of Abraham had remained, such as the reverence and circumambulation of the Kaaba, Hajj, Umrah, stopping the Afra and Muzdai and sacrifice. Yet in all these rituals, they had introduced innovations of all sorts. For example, when Kanaya and Quraysh put on the pilgrim garb, they called out, "Here we are, O our Lord. You have no partners except those partners that you own and all that he owns." Thus, they first declared God devoid of partners, but immediately introduced their deities as his subordinate partners. Similarly, although they circumambulated the Kaaba, they did it naked and making noises of all sorts. What the frick? The Arabs also had constructed and adapted sacred houses other than the Kaaba. These houses had their own custodians. They also circumambulated them and offered them sacrifices. The Quraysh themselves had one such house in Mecca called Azra. Its custodianship was in the hands of Banu Shaban of the Salayim tribe. They were allies of Banu Hasham, similarly those of the, I don't know how to pronounce any of these words. Tahif had Alat, whose keys were the Banu Matob of the Thaqif tribe. Az and Khazrajai, and those who followed the religions had their own idol named Manat, which was in Mushallah. Arabic sounds so beautiful. Mashallah, inshallah. Allah Akbar, God is the greatest. Allah Akbar, God is the greatest. That's what that means. Allah Akbar, God is the greatest. It's like in Spanish, Dios es la última. Dios es primero. Allah Akbar, God is the greatest. Allah Akbar, God is the greatest. Dios es primero. Dios es la última. Allah Akbar. Allah Akbar. God is the greatest. God is the greatest. God is the greatest. Ibn Abbas has said, if you wish to know the Arab condition before Islam, read from verses 130 onwards of Surat Al-An'am. These passages give clarity of what the Arab individuals and societies were like before the advent of Islam. Nothing but traces of the religion of Abraham had remained, such as the reverence and circumambulation of the Kaaba. Oh wait, I already read this part. They went around the Kaaba naked? What the frick? That's some pagan shit right there. And making noises of all sorts? That's some paganism. The Arabs had also constructed and adopted sacred houses other than the Kaaba. These houses had their own custodians. They also circumambulated them and offered them sacrifices. The Quraysh themselves had one such house in Mecca called Al-Azza. Its custodianship was in the hands of Banu Shayban of the Sulaim tribe. They were allies of the Banu Hashim. Similarly, those of Taif had a lot whose keys were with Banu Mataiba, the Thaqif tribe. Al and Khazar, and those who followed the religion had their own idol named Manat, which was in Mushalaf Qudayy, the current book of these deities, when it said, have you considered the La and Uzza, and the third, the Manat? Similarly, the Das Katham. Okay, so it's discussing how there's all this paganism going on in modern day where Mecca is. Similarly, the Das Katham, Bajala, and those of the Arabs of the Tabela area had their own temple which housed Dula Kalesh and deity. They called it Al-Kaaba Al-Yaminiya. While the Kaaba at Makkah was also called Al-Kaaba Ash-Shamiyah. The Tai tribe and those around the Tai mountains between Aja and Salma had fuels as their deity. Raim was the house of Hammer and the Yemenites, while Rida was for Banu Rabah bin Kab. The Banu Bakr and Tegaleb, the sons of Willah and Aled, Sindad had their houses called Dulabet. Apart from these, there were plenty of other deities for their tribes through description of history books. There are a few interesting stories in connection with the Arab deities. For instance, Sajin bin Abdullah had a stone that he himself had carved into the shape of a deity. Apart from that, as he said, he would make other deities out of a heap of dust. He would then pour some good quality milk over it, but there would come a dog, lick off the milk, and then raise its hand and its hind leg and urinate all over it. It is also reported that the Banu Khumra had made a deity of wheat flour. However, when they were struck with drought, they ate it up. There are political pieces produced by other tribes that ridiculed Banu Khumra for dealing with their venerable deities in this shameful manner. They ate it when they needed food. At the speed he's reading, it's hard to follow. I've written like 50 pages in like 3 hours. It's pretty slow. Then there is the story of the poet who was inspired to say a poetical piece when he found 2 foxes urinating on the idol he worshipped. Indeed, we also have the story of Umar bin Khadib, who out of his great hunger ate off his idol made of dates. Although not all these narrations are historically verifiable, but put together they give some idea of what was happening around those days. Okay, it's starting to make sense. So idol worship. At the time, idol worship was raging around, where the stars was also introduced among the Arabs, especially in Haran, Bayan, and Badia areas. The story goes that there used to be a man in Makkah called Abu Kabsha who was devoted to the worship of a star called Ashira. He invited the Makkans also to worship, and some of the tribes, also as Quraysh, Lakim, and Kazma, readily responded. When the Prophet appeared with a new religion, they named him Ibn Abu Kabasha because he was opposed to the worship of their deities, and as Abu Kabsha was opposed to their worship. And Yemen's sons' worship was strong, hence Allah's words. I found a woman ruling over them. She was given everything and possesses a huge throne. I found them prostrating themselves to the sun instead of Allah. Satan has enamored for them their deeds and has blocked their path so that they cannot be guided. Some of the Persian Mazarins and Zoroastrians had also penetrated into the Arab world. Ibn Kathir writes, Zoroastrianism was found among the members of Taman. What is Zoroastrian? I always hear about that. Y'all know what this is? Zoroastrians. Also, Jonas Novus. Assalamu alaikum, everybody. Yo, Gray. Happy to see you didn't quit your research, brother. I never quit my research. This is a lifelong research. I don't know if I'll always be YouTubing my research, but this is a lifelong research, brother. Thank you for your support. I need to get better Wi-Fi, so thank you. Thank you. Don't get discouraged. Like Afet said, this is just the intro. The life of the prophet, peace be upon him, is such an example for mankind. You'll understand later on. Jonas Novus, much love. Let's see. Let's get into it. I'm glad you're here. I'm glad to see your face again. Or not your face, but your account. Zoroastrians are followers of Zoroastrianism, one of the world's oldest monotheistic religions. It was founded by the prophet Zoroaster in Jeddah. Key beliefs include the worship of Ahura, the wise lord, the concept of dualism, the ongoing battle between good and evil, and the importance of good thoughts, good words, and good deeds. The fire is a significant symbol in Zoroastrian worship, representing light and purity. So it's monotheism? Some of the Persian, Magyarians, and Zoroastrians also had penetrated into the Arab world. Sorry guys, I'm trying to fix the stream, but my Wi-Fi is doo-doo, and I'm trying to improve it. Oh, I'm not on my... We good? We sound good? Some of the Persian, Magian, Zoroastrians had also penetrated into the Arab world. Ibn Kathir writes, Zoroastrian Islam was found among the members of Tutman, such as Zira and Hajid Zira. A few free thinkers were also be found among the Quraysh. They had imported the ideas from Hira. So, guys, in summary so far, we've learned about the Kaaba, where it is, why it started. It started from Abraham 4,000 years ago. Now we're learning about the history of the area. And basically, before Muhammad got there, everybody was worshiping idols. People were bowing to the sun. People were bowing to all these things. They were making idols, then they were eating the idols when they needed food. They were doing all kinds of weird, whack stuff and not following the one and true God, the creator of the universe. And I think this is leading into the point where Muhammad comes up and says, what the frick are y'all doing? Get fricked. And I think Muhammad walks in there and gives them a metaphorical slap in the face. Like, wake up, boy! Wake up! Eating the idols is kind of crazy. Like, can you imagine eating your God? What the frick? The frick? Those days, Judaism was prevalent in Yathrib, Kabar, in the valleys of Kura and Fadak and Tema. It seemed to be heading for prominence with the penetration of the Jews into other parts of the peninsula and sliding down to Yemen. Du Nawas of Himyar had adopted the faith and had tried to forcibly convert the Christians of the area into Judaism. Judaism was also to be found among the Banu Kunayya, Banu Hirith bin Kab and Kinda. It seems to have reached them via the Jews of Yathrib and Kabar. On the other hand, Christianity had also found its way among the Ghassanins and Mundis. The best-known churches in Hira were Hindul Akdam, Al-Laj, and Haramayam. It had spread into the south of the peninsula, followed by the construction of churches in Zafar and Eden. They were in large numbers in Najran. The story of their encounter with the Prophet in Mecca and Medina follows later in this work. Some of the Quraysh tribes were also influenced by Christianity. Banu Asad Banu Imran Kaisa Taman Banu Atagla groups, and some of the Kidda had also adopted Christianity, having been influenced by the Romans. Of these important figures that had adopted Christianity, one was Abi bin Hatim Tai. Nonetheless, the Judaic and Christian religions did not take deep roots in the Arab society, nor did they spread far and wide. This can be noticed from the history of individuals and tribes. The monotheism introduced by Ibrahim also did not die out completely. A few adhered strongly to it, dissatisfied with their idol worship. They were known as the Hanifis or Hunafa. They believed in the oneness of God, both in his divinity as well as his worship, and were waiting for the next prophet. Of such Hunayf Qas bin Saidai, Aidi Zayd bin Amir bin Nuyfa Imwiya bin Abu Salt Abu Qais bin Abu Anas Khalid bin Sinan Nabiga Debu. Sorry, chat. Of such Hunayfi bin Qas bin Saidai Zayd bin Amir bin Nufaya Abu Yahya bin Abu Salt Abu Qais bin Abu Anas Khalid bin Sinan Nabiga Dubayini Zihari bin Abu Salam and Kab bin Aliyah bin Ghalib, the Prophet's ancestor. And are a few that can be named. What the frick? I don't know how to read this. W pronunciation. They were named Hanuf after the religion of Abraham. The Quran reported his words. I have turned my face toward the one who originated the heavens and the earth. As a Hanif, I am not of the polytheists. And Abraham was not a Jew nor a Christian. Rather, he was a Hanif Muslim. He was not of the polytheists. Say, Allah spoke the truth. Therefore, follow the religion of Abraham and the Hanif. He was not of the polytheists. What does the word Hanif mean from this book? Does anyone know the answer to this question? Can you let me know chat? 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 Ibn means father? Oh. Sorry, PS4. Bin means the son of. Ibn means father. Huh. Hanif is what you are now, bro. Hanif means monotheistic. Ah. Hanif is Islam, bro, just the same. Okay, it means monotheistic. In the book, the term Hanif refers to those who followed the original monotheistic teachings of the Prophet Abraham and rejected idol worship. These individuals believed in the oneness of God and were known as Hunafa, plural of Hanif. They maintained the belief in a single God and awaited their arrival, the next prophet. So that's what you are if you follow God. You're a Hanif. So before Muhammad, monotheistic followers Hanif or Hanufa. The monotheistic followers were called that? Interesting. Very interesting. Dr. J thinks all of these names are irrelevant. Dr. J, hey, do you guys think Dr. J forgot to take his meds today? I think he's too busy doing PhD research, huh? Hey, do you guys think Dr. J forgot to take his meds today? Just a quick side question. Hafsa, Hanif singular, Hanufa plural. Ray, we believe that all prophets are infallible. Who is we? Ray, thank you for supporting the stream, but who is we? Silent, we don't care if you did or not. Oh yeah, Latif. It would be great. Maybe today. I might go on chat today, so. W biography stream. So Hanif is the name before Islam, bro. It is used to our prophet Abraham. Faiz, thank you. Okay, perfect, Cookie. Much love. Okay, I'm turning off chat again. Abraham was not a Jew nor a Christian. Rather, he was a Hanif. 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 Say Allah spoke the truth, therefore follow the religion of Ibrahim, the Hanif. He was not of the polytheist. No, he was not, because polytheism is cap. In what follows, we present short biographical sketches of these Hunafa, shedding light on their faith and beliefs. Okay, so belief on the original Muslims. Here we go. Hamas, Hanif, Zayd bin Amir bin Nuful. Hey, polytheism is cap. Polytheism and cat is cap in the chat. Ain't freaking following no polytheism out here. Come on now. Hamas. Ibn Ashad was reported through. Gosh, I have so much energy. I'm sorry. I have too much energy. Push ups. I'm at 45 push-ups. We're doing 100 push-ups every day we stream in this week. Let's go. Join me. Don't be fat. Come on, just do 10 with me. I'm gonna do more than 10 because I'm better than you, but at least do 10. Come on. It's too easy out here. It's too easy. Come on. I just sent the telegram, grandma, your boy the man. All right, let's keep reading. Quick recap for anyone who is new. My name is Grayson Rock. I'm 21 years old, and I'm currently Himothy Neutron. And I'm streaming live from Texas, the best country in America, also the best country in the world. Also Joe Biden. And Joe Biden! I'm currently researching the Islamic religion over the next month. This week I'm going to be reading the biography of the Prophet Muhammad. I'm also next week going to learn some Arabic. The week after that I'm going to probably, hopefully, inshallah, read the entire Quran in 1 week. Study it on live stream. The week after that I'm going to read some hadiths. I really want to understand what the religion says. I believe that there's only one God. I just don't know why part of becoming part of this religion has to be about Muhammad. I only want to worship God. I don't want to worship any other humans. And I know people say we don't worship Muhammad, but it kind of seems like it. But then Muhammad says I'm just a messenger. And if he's just a messenger, then do we really need to have faith in the messenger? Well, this book says it does. Anyways, if you want to support this channel directly, there's a link in my bio that says buy me a coffee. You can directly support this channel and help me improve the streaming setup. That being said, I'm glad you're watching and I hope you are learning something new. And again, this chat is completely freedom of speech. You can say anything you want in the chat as long as you're not spamming. You should not be timed out. And if anyone has been timed out and they weren't spamming, that shouldn't be happening. God bless you all. God bless your life. Let's keep reading. Let's keep learning. So I'm currently 2 chapters in. The first chapter I learned about Kaaba, Mecca, the history of Abraham finding water somewhere in the desert, which is where basically the first house of worship to God, the first monotheistic religion, the first house to practice monotheism is the Kaaba. And now I'm learning about before Muhammad, the prophet, arrived and lived his life. It's telling you in chapter 2, it's about the Arabian Peninsula and what is going on in chapter 2. And what is going on in chapter 2 is basically everyone in Mecca is worshiping idols. They're even eating their idols, and they're just being whack pagans, okay? So let's continue reading about this is the before Muhammad gets there, the pre-part. Ibn Ashak has reported through Asm bint Abu Ghubar, who said, I have witnessed Zayd bin Amir bin Zanuf resting on his wall of the Kaaba, saying, O Quraysh, by him in whose hand is Zayd's life, there is none left among you on the religion of Abraham except me. Then he would say, O Lord, if I knew a better manner of worshiping you, I'd do it. But alas, I don't know. Then he would prostrate himself on his right and praying towards the Kaaba would add, My Lord is the Lord of Abraham, and my religion is the religion of Abraham. He would buy off a female infant condemned to be buried alive, saying to the man intending to kill her, Don't kill her, give her to me, I shall look after her. Then, when she comes of age, take her back, or leave her to me. Bukhara reports that Ibn Umar, what does Ibn mean again? Ibn Umar, that Zayd bin Umar bin Nafal traveled to Sham looking for the true religion that he could follow. He met a rabbi there and asked him about his religion. The Jew told him, You cannot adopt my religion without also accepting your share of God's anger. Nuf replied, Am I not trying to escape God's anger? The Jew told him, In that case, you better be a Hanif. Zayd asked him, What is being a Hanif? He replied, It is the religion of Abraham who was neither a Jew nor a Christian and did not worship any but Allah. Later, he met a Christian priest and the same conversation transpired. So I'm a Hanif. I'm a Hanif. Okay, I mean son of Ibn. I'm a Hanif. Are you guys Hanif? I'm Hanif. I only worship God. What is being a Hanif? It is the religion of Abraham, who was neither a Jew nor a Christian and did not worship any but Allah, but God. But that's what Muslim means. You only worship God. But now I feel like modern day Islam is about God and Muhammad. God and Muhammad. Why can't it just be God? Because our God is greater. Our God is stronger. Our God is higher than any other. In Quran 21:98, Allah says He will send... Frick, it went away. Hey, Blur, which video? I don't know if I'll end up seeing it. Frick. Frick! I made such a good point, and I don't remember what I said. But it was a really good point. It was a really, really good point. Let's just keep going. What is being a Hanif? He replied, it is the religion of Abraham, who was neither a Jew nor a Christian, did not worship any but Allah. Later, he met a Christian priest, and the same conversation transpired between them. When Zayd found that both had the same thing to say about the religion of Abraham, he left Shamwen and came out. He raised his hands and said, "O my Lord, bear witness that I am on the religion of Abraham." Zayd would refuse to eat of the animals slaughtered by the Quraysh, saying, I am not going to eat out of what you sacrifice at the altars. I do not eat anything but that which is slaughtered in the name of Allah. Hey, God did. Blur, is it the last video? I'm drinking water. I'm not going to eat out of anything where you sacrifice the altars. I do not eat anything but that which is slaughtered in the name of Allah. He ridiculed the Quraysh over their sacrifices. He would say, Allah created the sheep. It is He who set down the water for it from the heavens, grew grass from it from the earth. But hereafter you go and slaughter in the name of other than Allah. There are some other reports about him, but they are not very authentic. However, they strengthen each other in reach and a status. They all lead to the same conclusion, that Zayd was on the lookout for the true religion and finally decided that of Abraham. That is why the prophet said, he will be raised as a nation by all himself between me and Jesus Christ and the son of Miriam. He also said, when I entered into paradise, I found 2 tall thick trees marked for Zayd bin Amr. Zayd had met the prophet, but died before the latter was commissioned to the prophethood. Where Qura bin Nafal. It is said that he went with Zayd bin Nafal looking for a true religion to follow. My computer finna die, homies. Or not my computer, my phone. There are some other reports about him, but they are not very authentic. However, they strengthen each other in reach and status. They all lead to the same conclusion, that Zayd was on the lookout for the true religion and finally decided on that of Abraham. That is why the prophet said, he will be raised as a nation by all himself between me and Jesus Christ. He also said, when I entered paradise, I found the truth. That's true. Okay. It is said that he went along with Zayd bin Nafal looking for a true religion to follow. His search led him to Christianity, although his companion Zayd wouldn't agree to anything less than the religion of Abraham. It seems like Islam monotheism is just the simplest thing, and every other religion is adding on top of that, trying to make it more complex when it's really just the most simple thing ever, which is just follow God. Only follow God. Nothing else, nothing else. I only follow you, God. I only bow to God. I don't bow to the Son. I don't bow to Jesus. I don't bow to anyone. I just bow to you, God, because everyone else before me who is actual prophets has done the same thing by bowing to you, God. You made me, not any human. Nothing made me except you, the creator of the universe. You. One day the prophet told his wife Khadijah in Mecca that he had said he had seen a light and that he feared that he might be out of his mind. She consoled him and then she took him to Waraka and explained all that had occurred. He said, if you are true in what you say, then this is the same messenger, Jibril, that had come down to Musa. If you are commissioned and I am alive, I'll believe in you and aid you. We shall have more to say of this conversation a little later. Waraka also said a few nice lines of poetry on the concept of one God and life after death. Kaz bin Sayyid Aladi. I don't know how to say these words. Abdullah bin Samu and others have narrated that when the Laya delegation camp came to Medina, the Prophet inquired about Kaz bin Sa'adida. He was told that he had died. The Prophet said, I saw him once in the Ukaz Pharaoh on a red camel saying some nice things that I can't recall now. One of the delegates said that he remembered the words. They were, people, come together. I need to turn off the sound. One of the delegates said that he remembered the words. They were, people come together. Everyone who had to die has died. Everything that has to be will be. Everything that has to be will be. Dark night, the heavens of the zodiac sign, the roaring ocean, the shining stars, the pitched mountains, the winding streams. Surely in the heavens is a lesson. How's that? I see people going but not returning. They seem to have liked the staying and so have stayed back. Or is it possible they gave up the idea of coming and slept off? Cuss swears by God and oath doubtless. Surely God has a religion that is more pleasing to him than yours. And then he recited some poetry. Ibn Abbas has a similar narration. Ibn Kathir has also presented several narrations about Qas' belief in one God. His poetry and sayings lead us to believe that there has to be a basis for all the reports that have been narrated about him. Umayyah bin Abu Salt. It is about this person, Umayyah bin Abu Salt, that the Prophet had remarked, Umayyah was also a Muslim. Another version says Umayyah's poetry was almost Muslim. He was one of those who had adopted Christianity. His topics in poetry were oneness of God and the concept of the hereafter. He was a leading poet and lived until the time of the Prophet. He was commissioned to the Prophet was commissioned to the Prophet. But he didn't believe in him out of the arrogance, unwilling to obey the Prophet. It was about him that Allah revealed the verse. Narrate to them the story of whom we gave our signs, but he went out of them. It is said that he died in the 9th year after Hira, but others say that it was in the 2nd year. However, we have seen some of his poetical pieces in the Battle of Badr. Right, just realized Ibrahim and Sarah from the Abrahamic religion sound a lot like Brahma and Saraswati in Hinduism. Not sure if they're connected, though. I haven't learned much about Hindus. I mean, I've read the Bhagavad Gita, but that's it. Interesting, Ray. Interesting. Labid bin Rabi Amiri. He was a renowned poet of the Pre-Islamic era. In fact, what am I reading right now? Like, what is the... He was a renowned poet of the Pre-Islamic era. In fact, he was one among the Mu'allaqat poets, meaning those whose poetry was hung on the door of the Kaaba. The Prophet said, the truest of the statements of Labad was, lo, everything else apart from God is false. One of his episodes involves Utman bin Mazan that we shall narrate later. Labid had embraced Islam and died during the Caliphate of Uthman after having lived 150 years or more. Some others that have been mentioned as Hunafa are Arba bin Rayab, Sayyid bin Amir bin the poet, Asad Abu Karb, Himrah, Wakinson Alayim bin Alulid, Umar bin Hadaya Jo, Abu Nizad Abu became a Christian. Abu Ghraib born in Baka, Yemen, Himyadi, Amir, the poet Abdullah bin. The Allah bin Abba bin Koda, Allah bin Shibi Dami, Multimis bin Amir Kani, the poet Zuhia bin Abu Salama, Khalid bin Sinis bin Gaith Absi, Abdullah Qadi, Abdud bin Abdas Asadi, Kaya bin Lo Angalib, Karisha and the Prophet's ancestor, the Uthran bin Hamad, that also traveled far and wide in search of the true religion, became a Christian and remained with the Roman Emperor. Amr bin Musa Balim, who later became a Muslim, Akan bin Safi bin Rabah, and Abdul Matalob, the Prophet's grandfather. Fayez M, that's a good point. I'm not saying there's not coaches to follow God, but why do we need... We should just be following their ideas, not them. Following the fruits of their ideas and trying to also do those fruits, but not following the tree. Social condition. By the very nature of things, the social life of a people is bound closely with their religious beliefs and their economic system. Since the religion of the Arabs was idol worship, which is against human nature, reason, and logic, it had to give birth to a social system that was primarily against the demands of human nature, reason, and logic. In consequence, human society slides into debaucheries of all sorts, drinking and gambling, unlimited spouses, infanticide from fear of or as a result of poverty, killing of the female child for reasons of a false sense of honor, eruption of wars for petty reasons, all leading to general anarchy. The Quran commented on these evils, as also did the Prophet. Prophet Muhammad spent a long time fighting these evils. Ibn Abbas said, if you wish to know the state of the Arabs in pre-Islamic times, read verses 130 onwards of Surat Al-An'am. Allah said, when the infant buried alive will be asked, for what sin was it killed? When one of them is given the glad tidings of the same thing as they attributed to Allah, dars of him, his face darkens and he's trying hard to suppress his anger. When one of them is given the glad tidings of a female child, his face darkens and he tries hard to suppress his anger. He hides himself from the people out of the evil he was told about. He considers, should he accept her in shame or should he bury her in the earth? Lo, evil is that which they judge. Verily, intoxicants, game of chance, stone altars, and dividing arrows are an abomination, handiwork of Shaitan. Therefore, shun them, haply you will prosper. One moment. I just hit the telegram, grandma, your boy the man. Sorry, y'all. One moment. And let's get back to the research. Let's get back to the research. You know, gotta research, gotta find the truth. Gotta find the truth in a world full of lies. I don't give a fuck about all the lies, but I do care about the truth. I just want the truth. You know what's interesting? It's like, I know in my soul that one day I might follow this. I think one day I'm going to stop using any intoxicant. But right now, I don't, because either I'm not convinced of why I should not, or I'm just being a little bitch. And I know the truth and I'm afraid of the truth, but I feel like one day I'm gonna take like a vow of sobriety from anything that intoxicates. But I mean, I still see benefit. I mean, even the Quran says there's benefit. While there is some benefit, the negatives, extremely outweigh the positives. But I don't know, man. I don't know. I want to fully devote myself to God, and I feel like I'm holding myself back. But at the same time, take it slow. I don't know. But I do know, actually. I do know. There's so much going on in my life right now. Have you ever had 500 people at every second just comment what they think about you? Chat. Talk to God. Who said that? That's the truth. Don't follow your desires. Redox, you're right. It's exactly what... God will never burden a soul with more than it can handle. Give me that! That's so true! If anyone can do it, I can. God will never burden a soul with more than it can bear. Freaking tweet that! Don't be fat. I think we're at, how many push-ups we're at? I was at 45, then I did like 20. What am I at? So that means I'm at 65 push-ups? That's Quran right there. That's after hardship comes ease. I want to be free, but I don't want to be free. It's like I want to still be a kid and still do silly things. I still want my flesh to be satisfied. But God will not... What's up, Sad? Verily, excuse me. Intoxicants, game of chance, stone altars, and divining arrows are an abomination, handiwork of Satan. Therefore, shun them. Happily, you will prosper. Are intoxicants from Satan? God, show me the way. God, please show me the way. Show us all the way. God, please show us the way. He has shown us the way. He already has. Do not kill your children out of fear of poverty. And kill not your children for fear of poverty. Some of the marriage practices prevalent among the common folk weren't very different from prostitution. Bukhari and Abu Dawud have preserved a report from this form of Aisha. She said, 4 kinds of marriages were prevalent among the pre-Islamic Arabs. So again, we're learning about the pre-Islamic Arabs and how they're following idolatry. 4 kinds of marriages were prevalent among the pre-Islamic Arabs. One of them was similar to the one now prevalent. Another was lending of one's wife. In this system, a man had intercourse with a woman who hadn't had sex with her husband between 2 menstrual courses. Following that, the husband did not go near her until he was sure whether she was pregnant from the person she had sex with or not. Then there was the group marriage, which a group of people less than 10 assembled and had sex with a woman. When she got pregnant and brought the child, she sent for them and designated one of them as the child's father. A 4th marriage was the one in which a woman hoisted a flag in her house. A lot of people went and had sex with her. When she brought a child, they hired a tracker who declared one of them nearest in resemblance to the child as the child's father. When Islam came and declared all these practices as acceptable, as unacceptable. Hey, Aisha, if you need to sleep, it's okay. I'll be streaming every day. Get some sleep. Sleep is more important than almost anything. I think that's what God has told us about how important sleep is. If you're watching this stream right now and you're wasting your time, or not wasting your time because this isn't a waste of time, but if you need to do something like go to sleep, go to sleep. I'm telling you right now, go to sleep. It is so much better to go to bed early. Like literally leave the stream and go to sleep. Because when you feel rested, oh, it feels amazing. Following that, the husband did not go near until he was sure whether she was pregnant from the person she had sex with or not. So basically they were swingers. They were swinging. They were swingers. When Islam came and declared all these practices unacceptable except the first one. Moreover, none of those who indulged in these practices felt any shame. The Syrian have a report which says that a man got up and proclaimed, O Messenger of Allah, so and so is my son. I had sex with his mother in pre-Islamic times. The Prophet replied, after Islam, such a claim is not valid. Pre-Islamic affairs are behind us. The rule now is that the child belongs to the mother and for the man exile. A little later in this work, we shall recount another story involving Sa'd bin Abu Waqas and Abin bin Zama concerning a son of Zama, a slave girl. In those days, they took into marriage 2 real sisters at a time, also marrying the wives of their fathers at their death or when they divorced them. Hence, Allah said, it is forbidden that you should keep together 2 sisters in marriage except for what has been in the past. And do not marry those your fathers married. Divorce also had no limit. They divorced any number of times. Islam reduced it to 2 through the Quranic dictum. Divorce is only twice. Wait, you can divorce in it? According to the Quran, you can divorce? I thought that's adultery. Oh gosh, Dr. J. Yes, Habibi. I love Habibi. Habibi. Adultery is to marry to after divorce. So are you allowed to marry someone who's been divorced? I know you're allowed to because you can do whatever you want, but I mean, in terms of the following the Quran, does it say that it's okay to marry someone who's been divorced? Read the Quran. Estrella, best answer. Bye, BFE8. Dr. J, what do you think about that? You think divorce is okay or not? Dr. J, I'm asking you specifically. Absolutely, the Prophet did. Hafsa, really? Dr. J, what do you think about divorce, Dr. J? Guys, Dr. J has a PhD, so let's ask him this question. No one has more authority than Dr. J Smithers, PhD, guys. He has PhD in his name. You gotta put some respect on him, okay? Dr. J is probably the most sophisticated person here. He has a PhD. I mean, I didn't make the rules. Apparently his PhD, according to Quran Forever, apparently his PhD is in yapping. It's like a new study. It's called yapping. It's where you never stop typing. But it is a PhD. It is a PhD, so we have to respect it. Dr. J, do you think... Cookie, how dare you assume Dr. J would be lying about his PhD? Are you kidding me? Have you seen the way he talks? He's clearly a PhD. Where is Dr. J? What's your opinion on divorce? PhD Habibi. Note, God hates divorce most of all halal acts. Dr. J disappeared when he got called out. Okay, I guess Dr. J is not answering because I gotta... Okay, Sad. Dr. J, you've been talking the whole time and now I'm asking you and you're not... Dr. J, you have a PhD in freaking yapping. Dr. Gay. Guys, if you want a PhD, just put in your name. Dr. LHD. Okay, Dr. J is currently Googling... Okay, we're done waiting for Dr. J. Back to reading. Admittedly, though, so the book has so far talked about the Kaaba and so far explained what was going on before Muhammad arrived in the Arabian Peninsula, and so far it's explaining that they were idolaters. Dr. LSD. I just saw that. Who said that? Who said that? Dr. Shoobs. Ahin off of Hish. Dr. J got on LSD. Dr. BHD Habibi. What's up, wussy? Dr. J, fight me! So it's just talking about how they only worshipped idols, but now it's about to say something good. Admittedly, though, there are some good characteristics among the Arabs and their societies. And a few bright spots, despite the above moral weaknesses. These could be the reason why Allah chose them to bear the burden of his last message to mankind. One such factor is that, as against the case with many other peoples of the world, their corrupt ways were not based on a complex philosophy with deep roots in their souls that could not be uprooted. Further, they were men of strong resolve who proved true to their words once they had uttered them. The Quran mentions this in one passage. It says, "Among the believers are men who proved true in what they had promised Allah. So there are some among them who have fulfilled their obligation, while others are waiting, and they never change their resolve." There were many among them who bore good quality. Oh, we're almost done with the chapter, guys. Stay tuned. Stay with me. We're almost done with the chapter. There were many among them who bore good qualities and appreciated those who bore good qualities. This is apparent from their attitude towards the Prophet. We shall later mention the story of Abu Sufyan in conversation with Heracles to illustrate this point. Again, the minds of the Arabs of those times were like clean slates, ready to receive and retain the right ideas. The mind's freedom from ideas allowed for a powerful memory. We have Ibn Abdullah Bar reporting Ibn Shakib Zuhr's words. I passed by the market at Bucky and Block, my ears so that useless ideas do not enter into my head. For by Allah, nothing entered into my head that I forgot. Ibn Abdullah Bar also wrote that there were some who heard a poem only once but remembered it in full hereafter. It is reported of Ibn Abbas that he memorized in the whole of a long poem following by a single hearing. We are not surprised, therefore, by the number of traditions that persons like Ibn Abbas, Abu Hiram, Isham, and Ibn Mas have narrated. Abu Hurairah, for instance, has 5,374 hadith to his credit. Ibn Umar narrated 2,630 hadith. Another characteristic which that was not really valued freedom and independence. They would not bend down to anyone except their leaders who commanded their respect by displaying the qualities that they proved of, such as chivalry, patience, and forbearance. Moreover, despite their worship of idols, they did not deny God's existence. The Quran said, when they are asked who created the heavens and the earth and overpowered the sun and the moon, surely they will say Allah. Allah. Allahu Akbar. God is the greatest. Dios es la última. Dios es primero. You ask them, who sends down water from the heavens and quickens the earth after it was dredged? Surely they will answer, Allah. Another advantage they had was that they spoke a single language, a language that was powerful and eloquent to magical limits. It was capable of communicating in the most precise manner ideas and concepts presented by Islam. Fayaz M, I am your brother. Okay, so now we just finished chapter 2. Let's summarize chapter 2. Chapter 1 is about the Kaaba. A very, very, very poor picture. I feel this picture is just terrible. It's supposed to be a picture of a guy praying, but it's about the Kaaba, the first place of worship for monotheistic worship. That's what the Kaaba is, and it was formed by, something about water. Built by Abraham 4,000 years ago, more or less, Chapter 2 is about the Arabian Peninsula and what's going on there at the time. And to summarize, idolatry. Idolatry. They had gone away from God. Bro, Grayson is not him in drawing. Definitely not. Well, actually, I am if I try harder. So... I am feeling bad, good about Dr. Alright guys, I'm stopping today the reading, but let's discuss what I read so far. Today I learned that before Muhammad got there, the Arabian Peninsula was filled with idolatry and that the Kaaba was the first house of monotheistic worship built by Abraham 4,000 years ago. That's pretty much what I learned today. Of course, I love how this book looks. It's so magical. You're stopping with whose permission? No, I don't have lice. I just shaved my head, bro. Lord Alpha. Hey, XD, you're right. Hey, who thinks I should permanently ban Dr. J? Guys, who thinks I should permanently ban Dr. J? Wait, can all of you guys not see Dr. J? Alright, it looks like everyone wants me to ban him. So, I'm gonna not ban him because Dr. J's a W! Dr. J, free speech in the chat! Free speech, free speech. Dr. J, Dr. J, Dr. J, Dr. J, Dr. J. I thought Dr. J is a myth. Maybe all of y'all can't see everyone in the chat. Maybe my chat is different. Maybe like it splits up. If there's so many people here, it splits up the chat. Kaaba is first house of monotheistic worship. All right, I'm making a short, and I'm going to summarize what I learned today, guys. Hi, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Grayson Brock. I'm 21 years old, and I'm from Texas. And today I've been live streaming for the past 3 hours reading the biography of the Prophet of Islam, which is apparently a man named Muhammad. And I'm learning about him today. I'm learning about what he taught. Because, you know, some people have told me that he's a terrible person and he married a 6-year-old. Other people have told me that we should be like him. We should copy him. So what is it? Well, at the end of the day, we can only believe what we read for ourselves. So I'm reading the biography to understand what ideas this man supposedly taught 1,500 years ago. And today I learned this, that the Kaaba, the thing that Muslims walk around, was apparently built 4,000 years ago by Abraham. You know, that place was destined as a place to worship the one and only God, the monotheistic God. It was set up as a place of worship, which is why it's still a special place today. And the next thing I learned is before Muhammad arrived, the Arabian Peninsula was full of idolatry. Let's see what we learn tomorrow. My name is Grayson Brock. I'm 21 years old and I'm from Texas. And today I've been live streaming for the past 3 hours reading the biography of the Prophet of Islam, which is apparently a man named Muhammad. And I'm learning about him today. I'm learning about what he taught, because, you know, some people have told me that he's a terrible person and he married a 6-year-old. Other people have told me that we should be like him, we should copy him. So what is it? Well, at the end of the day, we can only believe what we read for ourselves. So I'm reading the biography to understand Make your reel some other time. Well, I've just summarized for you guys what I learned. I learned that the Kaaba is the first house of the monotheistic worship, and before Muhammad, there was a bunch of nonsense occurring. So what did you guys learn from today from me reading? W conclusion, a great summary. I know I need to read more. I'm reading tomorrow, the next day, the next day, the next day, and the next day, inshallah. Yo, one question go. One question go. Let's go. Hey, Latif. Hey, Latif, the rules are one question go. One question and let's talk. Latif!
How are you doing, Grayson? You okay?
It's good to speak with you again. Let me get on my AirPods real quick.
Yeah, sure, no worries.
Where are my AirPods? Screw AirPods.
Everyone, W Grayson in the chat whilst you're at it. Everyone, W Grayson.
Hey, W Latif! Okay, one second. Let me find my AirPods so it's not so echoey.
Tab. He just randomly decided to come on. He did.
I'm excited to talk with you. I saw you join. I was like, oh, let's go. But I know you
Yeah,
saw
me
you
too, man.
you
I've
sent
been
me a
looking
message.
forward to
I haven't looked at your message on Discord yet, but I wanted
If
just
you
to...
get a chance later today, once you're off, it'd be good if you could.
Okay. Okay, one moment, Latif.
You're on mute again.
I'm on mute. Can you hear me?
Oh wait, no, you're good, you're good.
Okay, one sec.
W, I mean in the chat. Everyone who's
Okay.
on YouTube, if you want to join the Discord, click on the link that Cookie has sent into the chat.
Yes, Cookie has sent the link. Can you hear me, Latif?
Yes, yes, I can hear you well.
Let's go. I sound good? It's coming from my...
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. Well, maybe... Wait, should I read it? Can I read your message right now on stream, or did you want me to read that privately?
Um,
I could read it on my phone right now privately, is what I mean. Like not
Yeah,
show
you
it.
you can do if you want. You can do.
Okay. Wait. I don't even know how to find it. Messages.
Do you want me to message you again?
Yes, I'm so new to Discord that
There you go. I've just messaged you, so it should.
I just don't even know where to see it.
It should be on the left hand side. You know where it says 75?
I see it. Oh, I have to accept you. I have to accept you.
Yeah,
okay. Okay. Oh, let's go. Okay. Let's go. He's online. Okay. Yeah, I would love to. I mean, did you have the chance to watch most of the stream today or all of it?
Yeah, I think I joined in 10 minutes after you started.
Oh, let's go. Okay. So yeah, this is my first time reading about the Prophet Muhammad's life, although really what I read today was just the backstory. So I didn't learn much about him, but at the beginning of the have you read have you read what I've been reading today? The biography of
I've not read that exact one, but I've done research on his biography, yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I think once you delve more into that book, you will learn a lot more. I mean, initially, it starts off by talking about Prophet Muhammad's, like how he started and everything, and then once you go further in, it will give you more details and information about his life and sort of the message of Islam.
Yeah.
Because I know your biggest sort of question at the moment is you believe in one God, which is basically half of the Shahada, and you're struggling with the second half. We spoke about the same thing last time when I was on here as well.
Yeah.
And hopefully once you finish this, hopefully you should have more answers as to why sort of we have to have faith in him and believe in him. I know you think I know you don't believe we worship him, but you have sort of some questions around as to why he's quite important in the religion. But the thing is, we believe in all of the prophets. At the end of the day, they all came to send down messages and stuff, and he was the one that was sent down, not to a specific group, like for example how Moses was sent to like the Israelites and stuff. He was sent for the whole of humanity, and I think once you sort of finish reading that, hopefully you'll have a better understanding.
Yeah. I agree. I will, because I don't know anything about his life. But do you think it's even essential to be a Muslim to know about Muhammad's life? In your opinion?
I mean, anyone can learn about him, to be fair. There's been great scholars who are not Muslim, like scholars who do researches and stuff, like at PhD level. Maybe not quite the level to the PhD in the chat that we have on YouTube, but
like PhD
real
J?
PhD, like real PhDs, like scholars and stuff who have researched on him. And as I mentioned to you before, like they've put him as one of the most influential people in history, and they're not Muslim. So anyone can learn about his life and learn his character and the way he was and the way he carried himself. Anyone can learn about it, really, to be fair. If I think there's probably there's been people out there who have sort of studied his biography and they've decided to become Muslims because of that. So yeah, I mean, anyone can learn his story.
Yeah, but do you think it's essential to becoming a Muslim to understand the Prophet Muhammad and respect him and like adore him?
Absolutely, it's essential for you to learn about Prophet Muhammad if you want to become Muslim, or if you are a Muslim and you don't know much about him. It's very important to learn about his life, because he was the prophet that was sent to all of humanity, and in the Quran it says that on this day we have perfected your religion for you, and he is part of that, sort of perfecting the religion, completing the religion. He is part of that, as he was the one who sort of was the messenger and who proclaimed God's message to humanity. So learning about his character, how you should behave, how you should be as a human, how you should treat others, that all comes from his life and his teachings and the way he was. So it's very important to learn about that, yes.
But why does it need to be essential in following God to know about the messenger rather than just knowing the message?
I mean,
like I
when
know
we say we follow
in
him,
the
as
Islamic
in-
religion, it's like Muhammad is even part of the Shahada, but not even part of the religion, just part of like your own personal faith. Why do you need to know? Why? Why is that a necessity?
So, for example, yeah, sure. It's like, for example, say you're growing up and you're young, you have, for example, your father who teaches you how to sort of carry yourself, how to become a man. He teaches you right from wrong. You sort of follow his teachings and the things he teaches you in life, right? So this
Yes.
is kind of similar. Like he's a messenger sent from God, so it's superior. He's had direct revelation from God as to how humanity should be, whether it's society on a society level or it's on an individual level. It teaches you right from wrong. I mean, if once you finish studying what you are, you'll have a lot more understanding as to why Muslims do sort of try and sort of live their life according to how he did, because we believe he was sort of the perfect human being in terms of how to live your life to the best way possible. And that in turn has an effect on society as well, because if everyone was to do that, it would create a better society. And if everyone was to follow the rules, it would create a better society. For example, when it comes to things like gambling, drugs, and all of these things, it has a better
Yeah.
impact on society and on the globe as a whole. So that's why we sort of follow him, because we believe from studying his character and the way he lived that he was just, and the characteristics that he had are characteristics that would benefit anyone.
Yeah, I wonder what society would be like if no one used gambling or any type of alcohol. Because I mean, I'm living right now, and like I'm not going to university, but I'm living at a university, and like I don't even know what everybody would do on the weekend if it wasn't for alcohol. Like that's how every social event is constructed around here.
Yeah, I mean, I went to university here in the UK, in like the second biggest city in the UK, and like even around the campuses and stuff, like for people who are not involved in those stuff, they get to witness like what happens to people who are like in the carrying out those activities, like being drunk and stuff. And every single, because in unis they have like student nights and stuff as well, so it's not just weekends. So sometimes like midweek they have their events and stuff as well, and you'd see at least 3-4 days a week, including the weekend, where students are just drunk, they're having fights on campus, there's always police on campus, there's stabbings happening, all sorts of chaos because of all of those things.
Yeah. It's interesting because in Christianity, it's not prohibited to drink. But I mean, at the same time, it's faith at the end of the day is, what you're doing when nobody's looking. I mean, it is your actions though too, but it's just interesting in Christianity, like even meeting really religious Christian people who are great examples of people I try to follow, like and emulate. And like alcohol, getting drunk is a sin, but not just drinking. But all right, Latif,
Yeah,
I'm gonna talk to some other
difference
people in the Discord, and I don't know, see if any people have some interesting things to say. But I'm glad I got to get you in here first. It's good to chat with you.
Yeah, sure, no worries. Just before I go, I just wanted to say, if you do get a chance afterwards to read the message I sent you, because me and Cookie, we've had a few things planned for you
wow.
on this Discord, which you can potentially use, like, for example, as content on YouTube. I understand over the next few months you said you were going to be streaming a lot. So we have
Yes.
a few things planned that can help you with, like, filler content, or if you need content, we have a few things planned for you. So it'd be great if you could read that message after when you get a chance and respond.
Yeah.
It
Okay,
was
I
great
read your
talking to you,
message.
as always, Grace.
Let's talk about it off stream.
Yeah, sure. That would be great, man. Thank you so much for bringing me up, and it's been a pleasure talking to you again.
Hey, thank you
Have a
for
great
tuning in, and thank you for coming on here. It's great to speak with you. See you, bro.
Anytime, bro. Appreciate it.
Bye,
Have a good
Latif.
one. Bye.
Hey, Hafsa's here. Hafsa, you want to let's talk. Hafsa, can you hear me?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, sir. How's it going?
It's going great. I don't know how much you got to tune in today. I know I saw you in there a lot, but I started reading the biography of Muhammad to understand his life more.
Yeah.
And Yeah, now I understand more about what's going on in the Arabian Peninsula before he got there, but I don't know. I'm just still I still think that it's like weird. Like even in the beginning of the biography, it says there's many reasons for this book, but one of the reasons is to increase your faith. Or I'm not quoting it directly because I'm gonna misquote it, but it said the idea of how reading this biography will increase your faith in him, and it was talking about Muhammad. Like why? I just don't understand why. I don't believe that. I don't know. Why is the messenger so important? It almost seems like the messenger is just as important or as the message in Islam, meaning Muhammad. And like when I talk to Muslims, it's like they talk about Muhammad as if they've met him personally, like as if they've met his spirit, like they have a spiritual connection to him. But isn't he just a human? Like, what do you think? What do you think when I say this stuff? Like, does anyone ever bring this up in a mosque, or is this kind of? I know it's probably like an intense question, but like, do other people bring this up often?
Yeah, I mean, I would say probably in the context of like other religious leaders. So maybe some people might be uncomfortable like with how much we try to respect and revere, especially people like the scholars in Islam. Also, I apologize. I'm not feeling too well, so my voice is going to be a little bit odd today. But
oh no, it's good.
Yeah. So, but in terms of the prophet, I would say not so much. I mean, in Islam, we're obviously really clear about the fact that he's not to be worshipped whatsoever. And so, I would say, yeah, like we're pretty clear on his role as the messenger. And he was clear about like is the fact that he is also a human being. He eats and he drinks and he got married and he's had children and he walks in the marketplace and talks to people, and you just see so many moments of really of like profound humanity in his life. But I would say in terms of upholding him, I mean, we get this understanding of who he is and his greatness mostly from what God has taught us about him. And so we believe that God, like, obviously he created him and he bestowed upon him like amazing character, and he sent him as an example for us on how we live our lives. And so out of reverence to God and who he created, who is the prophet, that's why I would say we uphold him. And it's because of God's honor to him, not necessarily just the fact, you know, like, I don't know if that makes sense.
Yeah, it does. Do people ask this question? Is this brought up? Have you heard this brought up?
Honestly, not that often. Yeah, not that often.
Do you think you understand like where I'm coming from? Like coming from Christianity and Jesus is worshipped and prayed to, and now I'm like interested in only following God, but now it's like even to become a Muslim in other Muslims' eyes, you have to say that Muhammad is the last prophet. Like you have to speak those words. Like, do you understand where I'm coming from? It's like, I don't know. Does it make sense? Like my doubts, not my doubts, but my like what's holding me back?
No, absolutely. I get you. I hear you. Because, I mean, obviously coming from the position of like, to me, it seems like it's out of sincerity. Like, I don't want to worship anything other than God. And so if I have to like uphold this person to such a high standard that to me they're a human being, and that feels like it goes against my sincerity towards God, if I'm understanding you correctly.
Yeah. No, you are. I was just wondering if that, I don't know, resonated or. It's interesting that not many people have brought that up, though.
Yeah. I mean, I haven't talked to many like non-Muslims, and yeah, so or I guess like about this topic and what they think about the prophet. So yeah, that's why I would say probably haven't heard about it. I'm sure there are other people that definitely feel that way as well.
Well,
yeah.
I appreciate you coming on here, Hafsa. I'm gonna ask a few other people a few conversations and then head off stream.
Yeah,
Also, I'm gonna message you privately
Great.
because I am in town,
Okay.
so I'll message you.
Okay. Sounds good.
Bye,
All right,
Hafsa. Thank you for
so
coming on.
Hi, of course.
W Hafsa in the chat. W Hafsa. W Hafsa. W Hafsa. Such a nice voice. All right, guys. One more. I want to talk to one more of you guys, and I'm gonna end the stream today. And I'll be back all week researching the Prophet Muhammad's life, reading the book. Let's learn about him.
Oh, hello.
Hello, how we doing? My name is Grayson. What's your name?
Hey, Grayson. This is Kareem here.
Kareem?
Thanks for putting me on.
Yeah, thanks for coming on here. I saw you also commented something, so you're gonna be the last one I'm talking to today.
Yeah, all right. Well, I'm not really gonna take much of your time, but I guess the one question that you have is that is around idolizing the Prophet, and it feels like learning about him so much and mimicking him is in a way worshiping, or right? Like, am I catching your drift?
Yeah, definitely I mean, at least the main chunk of what I'm saying. I mean, I know it's not worshiping, and basically what I'm worried about is, are we doing what Muhammad told us not to do? Because people are like, some people tell me who are like, Muhammad never, like someone told me today, Muhammad said to get rid of anything written about his life. I don't even know if that's true or where it said that, if he actually said that.
Not quite. No, not quite. Well, no, he definitely said follow my sunnah, but it didn't necessarily need it to be written down, and it wasn't necessarily protected, like divinely protected as the Quran is. The Quran in Islam is the word of God. It is what God has revealed on Muhammad, and it is the only like piece of text that is undeniably protected and as it is and has been carried out. But the Quran itself says for the Prophet and
oh wait, brother, you cut out real quick. You cut out real quick.
In the preface. Oh, sorry.
No, you're good. The last thing you said,
so in the hadith,
like 10 seconds ago.
Yeah. Okay. So the Quran is the only protected piece of text.
Yes.
And the hadith, though, are follow a very strict narration, and while they're not like divinely protected, there's certainly a way of learning more about God and about how we should be applying ourselves on day-to-day like matters.
Mm-hmm.
So the Prophet himself, as you said, there's somebody left like one of the hadiths where the Prophet said, "Do not exaggerate me, praising me as the Christian praised the Son of Mary. I am only but a slave, so call me the slave of Allah and his apostle." So he has said that, and very importantly, the point that I wanted to make is that around the death of the Prophet, like you just started the biography, but towards the death of the Prophet, there was actually a situation where some of the companions were saying, "Oh, like there's no way that happened, that he died." But then Umar ibn Khattab said, he who worships Muhammad is but a man who died, but he who worships Allah is living and mortal. And that sort of was sort of a like not a turning point, but like a miracle in of itself, because at that time, if there was any idolship that would be bound to happen, it would be after the death of the Prophet. But God saying that He's protected the Quran and this religion, where it's going to remain until the end of times, gets kind of proven. This miracle does happen after the death of the Prophet, where the Muslims actually like remain steadfast on the mission, on the original message. Like, yes, the messenger died, but remember, the messenger said the worship. He's had to follow me because I'm the best example, and he like it's not just he's the best example in terms of like oh sorry, and like Muhammad is not just Islam is not just the best example in terms of like the moral questions and spirituality, but even on day-to-day lives, like how to apply yourself in terms of like when you're a guest, or who greets who, or even like pardon me saying, but like which hand do you wipe with? And these are very like details where like if you end up following that example, then you are ultimately like applying yourself as the perfect example for a human. He's still a human. He's still the slave of God. We're not worshiping him, but he's the best example from us humans to follow.
So could I get to the point, or could you get to the point where you are a perfect example?
Only the Prophet Muhammad, he's the only like perfect human in that sense. That he's done the least like things that would upset God, I guess. That if that's one way to put it. But we can all strive. Like the Muhammad and all the prophets and messengers are in a league of their own, and then the rest of humanity can strive to be that good. But God already knows, and the Quran and the Hadith, like God knows we're not perfect and we're bound to make mistakes and sin. But we have that kind of North Star kind of direction which we strive towards.
Yeah, I see. It just sounds similar to Christianity.
But there's no praying to the Prophet. Like
yes, true.
It is similar. It is similar. Like, but you're right. It is similar. Like the message, the core message is absolutely the same. Like Jesus came in the same message basically. At the time of Jesus was the best example that was supposed to be followed and mimicked. But the only difference is that Muhammad is the last messenger. The Quran was protected, which is a miracle again. Not this because it says so in the Quran. Like إِنَّا أَنزَلْنَا الْكِتَابَ وَإِنَّا لَهُ لَحَافِظُونَ. Like we've revealed the book and we're protecting it. The same was not said about like Jesus's gospel or like the Torah and so on. These books, yes, they were revealed and they were the word of God at the time, but they were kind of changed. And as we've read earlier today, like Abraham's people became polytheistic in their peninsula. So that's why there was that one last, I guess, messenger with a message that is going to survive the time, like even survive the death of the prophet, and it will continue. Like this message, there's always going to be people following Muhammad until the end of time.
Yeah.
With the Quran being their book.
I'm excited to learn more about Muhammad because I already have a strong disposition, if that's the correct word. I've been taught to not, even just the
like
name.
You're going to be reading all about it, and let us know, I guess, after reading all about it, if that example does it not sound like the best version of a human, really? Like all the like you're gonna read about him, like sounds like a fictional character, like somebody that is so well kind of composed, not just as a good example for an individual, because there's a total, like these are two different things. But being a perfect individual but also a perfect leader, these are two different things, and hitting both marks, changing the course of history, kind of deserves like that title of the perfect example to follow.
Yeah, well, I'll see. Like you said, I haven't even read it yet, so I'm just stating basically my going into it, what I'm thinking. So I'm looking forward to reading it with an open mind. Many people would never even, I don't know, it's sad that people would stop. I have the same beliefs as many people around me, but they would just never look into it. Like it would just stop right here. They would just, So we'll see what happens when I keep looking into it.
Yeah, exactly. No, honestly, it's very commendable, I guess, this open mindedness. You hear a lot of Muslims say like they thank God for being born like Muslims, because these concepts and these stories about the Arabian Peninsula and Abraham and worshiping one God are really ingrained in us from a really early age. So it does come as second nature. Say like, yes, obviously, like Muhammad is the best example. Like things just make sense in that way. But to be from like a different culture, I guess, and background, and learning all about it, and actually confirming, I guess, what we've known is very commendable. To actually I'm just saying, yeah, like congrats, man. This is not really something that most people like I live in Canada, and I'm not a perfect Muslim by any means, and like people around me are just distracted by life that they don't ask these questions and they don't follow these proofs, I guess.
Yeah, well, I commend you as well for being brave enough to come on here and just talk. There's hundreds of people listening to you right now, so you as well. We're all on this journey together, especially people like you and I who, genuinely are searching for the truth. So, it's great speaking with you. God bless you. I didn't know you're from Canada. That's sick. Yeah. I look forward to seeing you on the streams again and hopefully coming up.
Absolutely, yeah. I'll be tuning again probably all week.
Oh, let's go. All right. I'll see you then. Thank you for coming on.
Bye.
God bless you. What a G. 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 Whoa, what happened to the camera? 15 push-ups. Now, then we're going to be at 100 push-ups for the day. Don't be fat. Don't do it. So that's what I learned today, guys. Learned that I'll be finishing reading this week. Today I learned that the Kaaba is the first house of monotheistic worship according to this. As well as before Muhammad arrived, it was just idolatry everywhere. And strange practices. And tomorrow I'll probably dive more into Muhammad's actual life. Bow with me if you would like to pray. God, thank you for this day. Thank you for another chance to live and learn. I pray that you give me peace. I pray that peace be upon anyone who is receiving, is hearing my words. I pray that they have peace in their heart. God, give us the strength to go towards all of our struggles. God, give us the strength to go towards all of our challenges, all of our anxieties in our head, God. Give us the strength to go towards them and not fear them. To not have fear, but to be brave, to be bold. God, as you said, you cannot charge a soul with more than it can bear. We can bear what is happening to us right now. We can bear it. We can bear and we will prosper. Because you are watching over us. God, I pray that you guide me to the truth and you guide everyone on here to the truth. And you guide us to the straight path. Thank you for this opportunity for us to come together and discuss these things. Thank you for another opportunity to breathe and take a deep breath. Thank you, God, for life, and thank you, God, for allowing me to smile. In your heavenly name, I worship you and you alone. Amen. Thank you guys for tuning in today. I hope you learned something new. Again, my name is Grayson Brock. I'm 21 years old. I'm from Texas. If you'd like to directly support this stream so I can upgrade the setup, you can click the link in my bio. It is a Buy Me a Coffee link, which goes directly to helping make these streams possible. This channel represents freely sharing ideas, freely sharing our mind so that we can come together to find the truth about God, about life, and just challenge ourselves. This month I'm researching the Islamic religion, about Muhammad's life. I'm learning some Arabic, I'm reading some hadiths and reading the Quran to really understand what this religion is about and who Muhammad is, or who Muhammad was. Thank you for tuning in. Can we get some Dr. J PhD in the chat? Dr. J PhD in the chat, Dr. J PhD in the chat. Hey, Quran Forever, I want to talk to you as well. Quran Forever, I don't have time today, but possibly in the future. Thank you, Cookie. Thank you, moderators. Hey, if you're still breathing, you're still living, okay? Whatever your problems are right now, write them down on a piece of paper and go attack them. You can do anything. You can be anyone. You can change your life in that moment. God bless you. God bless us. Let's go. Life is good. God is good. The sun is good. I love water. Fun fact, you're 80% water. Go drink more water right now and go to bed. Good night. Peace.